Romania, heart of European chess. For the first time ever, the European Individual Chess Championship unfolds on Romania's board. Over 100 Grandmasters, 40 nations, and one shared dream, the European chess crown. It's not just about glory, it's about strategy, triumph, and a total prize fund of 100,000 euros.
Aceasta este cu adevărat o performanță a capacității noastre organizatorice, dar și un prestigiu al faptului că Federația Europeană de Șah a ales să încredințeze României cea o importantă competiție europeană a șahului, datorită dezvoltării activității șahistice din România.
The State Mint crafts exclusive medals, a first for an international chess tournament.
O monedă unică pentru medaliile jucătorilor, ceea ce face din acest eveniment ceva cu totul și cu totul special, un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim pe viitor colaborări pentru viitoare proiecte cu Federația Română de Șah. Să fie șah! Le dorim mult succes românilor care vor participa la acest mare eveniment și îmi doresc ca un român să fie câștigător. Hai România!
Romania takes center stage as the heart of the chess world. Checkmate Europe! More than just a competition, a move in history's game. A century of Romanian chess crowned by the European Championship in Eforie Nord. Let there be chess!
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. SenseRobot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, SenseRobot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. SenseRobot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, SenseRobot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is SenseRobot. Today, chess all in AI.
Hello everyone and welcome back to 7th round. It was a yesterday free day, but today we're back in the full swing. So let's take some action and let's see what's happened in the playing hall.
Yeah, beautiful introduction from Lena. I'm so excited to check today's day. We see Chief Arbiter Ivan Sirovi checking the playing hall. Players are seated.
He's always checking every single board with a playing card name and who is playing. Never mind that we are checking as an arbiter, he's doing a double check and he's doing a very good job so far.
Let's just briefly check the last round results. So it was 6th round. I see Henry Tudor, big future of Romanian chess.
Oh, the little guy. Amazing.
Yeah. So these are the pairings, but let's try to find results. No,
this should be round 7 instead of round 6.
Yeah. So.
But the pairing stands. That's fine.
The pairing stands, but let's check if do we have results from the previous round and standings. So these are the pairings. As you
from the
can
round
see,
6.
Jobava is still sitting on the first board. Today we have something. No, this was
6th round.
Yeah,
as
it
I can
was
see.
without results. Okay, unfortunately we don't have results, so let's have the standings and the pairings.
We have it ready, do we? We do?
Yeah, I don't know. We can check.
I think we have. So please, let's.
Do we have standings and pairings? If not,
we have a lot of things to talk about. So just
we
bring
can
it on.
also tell to the viewers a bit later. So let's check the cameras.
We do have everything just to have it on the screen. While that appears, I can just tell you that we had a really nice free day and we all get some rest, which is really important for such a long tournament.
Yeah, you tend to forget that somehow this tension lowers a bit, and you can, because every day you have same time this regime, you need to be ready for the game at 3 p.m. and so on, and that free afternoon, I think it's something which is very valuable. Let's move around with the playing hall. I don't know if we have our camera ready. We can also stroll around a bit the playing hall. Okay, here I see Godena, Michele. At some stage he was the main force of Italian chess. He likes to think. I would say that his pace was even slower than Volokitin's.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I recall one tournament in Split, in Croatia, Spalato, how they would say. And he was, I think, thinking 4 knights to make a castle, which is 4th move. He was thinking for a half an hour. Okay, we see Romanian Chess Federation President, Vlad Ardeleanu. He will make a move. Also Grandmaster Nanu, we see Alin Campianu here, Chulum, Vasily Ivanchuk. I asked Vasily, will you come to the commentators room?
What he said?
He said, yeah, I said if you win. I didn't want to sound a bit rude or something, if you make a draw or if you lose, come. So I said if you win, and then he said first I need to win. I said correct.
Really correct, yeah. And it's really important thing to bring players happy here in this chair. Otherwise there is no sense. Because they're just pissed off or they're just disappointed or sad because they lost or they made some draw. So we need happy players here and we need Ivanchuk to win the game. We have some spectators here. We also have Marin Posjotić,
yes, Croatian player, yes. I see Nikita Petrov, Leon Livajic is sitting there chatting.
Zenon, I think, right behind.
Pretke.
We're moving. Deak is here.
Yeah, Deak is here.
He's somehow struggling to win the game. I was an arbiter for him in 2 matches. He was completely winning and he taught a lot and then he accepted draw.
As I mentioned this few times, that he has changed his style a bit in this event.
Yeah.
So in the Club Cup in Serbia, he was playing like average games of 60 moves. He was playing super slowly and then winning in the end game. But here he really played super sharp, and yeah. And
Sandra is
somehow-
dancing
Yeah, I
around.
see that Sandra and Stefana there a bit there, and Denis Kadric is here. So he changed his style probably because he's a first seed. Also, it's Romanian home ground.
Look
so
at him,
that
he's happy and
maybe-
relaxed
yeah.
here. It's completely nice to see. Very nice to see. I'll check on which board is he playing today. Board 48.
Yeah, this is Nanu.
This is Ivanchuk.
Yeah, Ivanchuk with Šebenik, Nanu Kostika Ciprian, and Cipriano, how they pronounce him, Grandmaster from Romania. And it was funny when I brought Željko Kopić, who is a coach of Dinamo Bucharest. And then,
Football club?
yeah, then Nanu had some gala. It was gala of the Romanian Chess Federation, and then Nanu said, "I'm also a coach in Dinamo Bucharest." Yeah, really? But of the chess team.
That of the chest.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can just briefly get, if we will get it, we can show the results, standings, pairings. But okay, I see many top players here.
Darda,
Darda,
Navara,
Wojtaszek, Navara, yes, Šarić is here. Bjere. I think Bjere's tournament was not ideal, so he started already with a draw or loss, maybe second round. Now he's back to top boards.
11 board. Yeah. Okay, second round draw, third round 0, which
Yeah.
means yeah. But then three wins in a row.
Yeah. David Ljada is here, and Vlad is speaking with Ivan. They
Or
will
is there
start.
going to be some speech before the
Yeah.
round, or just
Gabriel Grecescu,
yeah, they're happy and they're waving.
General
hi.
Secretary for Romanian Federation. Next to him, Tiberiu Georgescu, and some others. Jufa is sitting at the board.
Exactly. Yeah. Refreshed after a free day
Yes.
and ready to probably
Yeah.
win again. You never know.
He likes to wear those t-shirts.
Yep.
This
But
time.
it's not so hot in playing hall, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm impressed. Somewhere, let's say Denis Kadric played in jacket. We saw and we
Mm-hmm.
laugh about it. And then some players play in t-shirts.
This is typical. Some players are cold and some
Yeah.
players.
That's
Jobava
blood work.
with the black pieces.
A very
versus
casual
Popani
outfit as
Shan.
always. Yeah. Armenian duel.
Yeah, these are the results. If you could see that many wins with the white pieces. And maybe today we will see something else. So Grandilius lost versus Jobava. That was a huge upset in terms of how the game has started. And Muradli Gledura, that was a really roller coaster. Let's have standings. For a second, you could see that Jufa is sole leader, but many players are trying to catch him. And regarding pairings, we will touch them once again, but maybe we should go to the playing hall. We will show the pairings.
There are
a
11
bit
players
No,
with
yeah,
a 5
yeah.
points pool.
Let's go to the playing hall.
Now it's full.
Yeah, let's check, because the round is about to start. Let's go with the camera to the ceremonial move. We will have some announcement.
And to a little speech.
We can switch to the sound from playing hall, but let's go with the camera closer. I see some ladies. We will touch that topic as well.
For
And
sure.
Yeah. So we will see.
Perfect.
Yeah, in a moment we can pass the mic to our chief arbiter Ivan Sirovic from Slovakia. Do you want to add something?
No, just waiting for start for Vlad to talk.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
Now we're gonna let them speak.
So, good day, dear chess friends. So today we have round number 7. I wish you enjoyed the day off or the free day. The only bad news is that there is no more free day and we play till the end. So it means every day one round till the end. Today we have here special guests and we have here also delegates from General Assembly of Romanian Chess Federation who are allowed to be here with us for first 10 minutes. And our special guest is Mr. Vlad Ardeleanu, President of Romanian Chess Federation.
So thank you, dear chess friends, dear players. So I know that before of you today sits the round number 7. So the fight is heating up and the excitements only grow stronger. So before opening the round, let me say a couple of words. First, be very much welcome into Romania. We are very much honored to host the first European male championship in Romania so far. So this is a record for us.
Sorry for that. It's the first time when Romania is organizing a European male championship here in Romania. So we are very happy for that. And it's not only that for the first time we organize this event, but I learned that the event is also very, very strong. And you make this event very, very strong. I learned there is more than 100 Grandmasters competing for this event. And this really raised the level of performance and puts this European Championship probably at the top 3 ever played so far. So you must be very proud, and who wins this tournament must really deliver a great performance, as this is one of the strongest. So I wish you enjoy Romania, enjoy this European Championship, and I wish you best of luck to all, and also a special thought for our Romanian players. Hi, Romania!
So now our special guest will make the first ceremonial move on board number 9 for white player. Here the opponent playing for black is from Romania, Mr. Dieter Liviu Nisipeanu.
Liviu Dieter versus Martirosyan. Okay, Martirosyan was white.
Please start your games.
Armenian player, and we can go back with the camera to the main boards. Here the d4 move was played, while this game is the game which is played on lower boards. We will a little bit lower board number 9, but we will check them. Just to remind you, Bruban Matthias was the European champion in 2022. Now it's a moment to get maybe the camera view also from the second board here.
So we can welcome players.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Nimso Indian was played. This is board number 3. I don't know if our cameraman will provide us also camera from board number 2, where Gledura is playing.
Against Kuzubov.
Yes. We have, so first board Nimso Indian, second board Kuzubov versus Gledura. Kuzubov is still thinking, and Hovkanisyan versus Jobava. Jobava is playing his pet Karo-Kan. Let's get the camera from the board number 1 if we don't have camera from board number 2 yet. So Nimzo Indian with the queen.
Here is number 2. Thank you. Here we have Gledura and Kuzubov. Kuzubov is on the left.
Yeah, but unfortunately moves are not coming. Are you getting the moves? So something is stuck with this board. Also board number 4. Let me try to check.
Okay, 2 and 4 are stuck.
No, maybe.
Let me check.
Let me reload.
I did the reload, I think. That's
Yes,
just
so
not
please
working.
send to a message
2
to
and
our
4.
Yeah. Okay, let's unfortunately this view doesn't help us much because we don't see the board, so let's go back to the first board.
Yeah, the first is good, the third is good, and we are having a problem with...
So Nimzo Indian and queen c2. Let's switch to the board number 3. Jobava is playing his Caro-Kann.
Is that his favorite?
Yep. Every Georgian player play
Or loves to play
Caro-Kann,
Caro.
yeah. Castle played, and Matthias is now thinking either to push the e-pawn or a3. a3 was played. Bishop takes c, queen takes c. And if I would need to guess, after queen c3, I believe that white will push the d-pawn. The d5 will be played. So that would be my guess. That d5 is coming. So let's see. Other option is to play b6, of course. Knight e4 is possible to play. So many more. So will now black push his pawn in front of the queen? d5 is about to happen or not?
A lot of lines.
And he's thinking, he's rechecking where to go, what to do.
d5, b6 maybe.
b6 is the main. c5 is also.
c5 is also opportunity and possibility.
Knight e4 sideline. d6 possible. And that's about it. Okay, there are even some lines with h6 these days, very popular. So I'm quite curious to
see what will happen today. It's interesting. I saw during the lunch Jufa, Jordan Forest, who was there as well. Let's say Darda, and then Chigaev. They're all smiling and talking, really friendly, and it was really a nice picture to see how they're actually hanging around when they're not playing. And on the board during the game, they're definitely opponents, and they need to fight each other. And it's like you're not a bad guy if you're playing to win. It's just a sport. But it was so lovely to see them laughing and just talking some lifestyle topics during the today's lunch and yesterday's dinner.
Okay, we can b6 played. We can just tell you that on the second board that Kuzubov versus Gledura, that they play Boko Indian with the bishop b4, bishop d2, and on the board number 4 Sargsyan versus Lodici is c4, c5 line. That's about it. So from the first 3 boards, once again we can show you the pairings from today. Let's get the pairings so you will see what do we have, and then we have a first guest. So as you could see, Jufa is still leading the field, being a half point above others, but today he's having tough pairings versus former European champion Matthias Buhlmann from Germany. Okay, so maybe it's a moment, since the games are not developing in some super sharp manner, to have a distinguished guest. So Vlad, Ardeleanu, president of Romania, the Romanian Chess Federation. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for having me invited.
Of course, everyone is eager to hear something. There was introduction video. We are showing this every day, so you're like quite emotional and proud that this beautiful event is taking place in your home ground.
Well, yes, indeed. We are proud because it is the very first time when Romania managed to attract such a high caliber event in our homeland here. So it is true that Romanian Chess Federation organized two female European chess events, but no male European chess events. So this is the very first for Romania, and we are proud to have such an event here. I have learned that the participation is quite good, which probably puts the event at the top tier event in the history of the European Championships. I could not be happier to find that we have more than 100 Grandmasters that are competing for this event, which is probably unheard of, so it's a very, very strong event. So I assume that those who really won the event, they deliver great performance, and it's always great to see amazing chess played by these beautiful athletes here in Romania.
Yeah, maybe Lena, we could add that it's a perfect chance to pay a visit to some new city, new part of Europe. Your first time here, me as well. So it's really
nice to see you
really
around.
nice. Also meeting, I would say, a really big legend, George Haji. So all those details, I think, Vlad, are I would say like a puzzle of a successful event.
Yeah, you put a lot of effort.
Yeah. Regarding this event, as you mentioned, Bucharest is the capital of Romania. Why Eforie Nord?
Well, Eforie Nord, it's a little bit more peaceful than Bucharest. That's nice, open air, the sea here. It creates a calm environment, which I think is very beneficial for the players. The players would want to come to really concentrate about their games. They need peak performance. They have time to rest, enjoy the sun, enjoy the zen atmosphere of the seaside, of the Romanian seaside. So we thought, why not? And eventually our partners from Ana Hotels, this hotel, they came along and then they offered the best that the Riviera or Romania can offer. And why not a little bit of sightseeing for the players? Why not? We have great beaches, we have nice places to visit. So I'm sure that as yesterday was the rest day, some of them, they took their chances to visit a little bit the surroundings. And I have heard some stories that was not bad, so why not? We want to show that.
It was really good.
Yeah,
yesterday at Constanta.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. So Vlad, from organizational part, it's quite successful. People are happy. How about from results oriented? So you're very successful in terms of young players, young prominent stars. Like last Olympiad was, I would say, a really good show up for Romania, playing 2-2 versus US, if I'm not mistaken, and some others good results versus China.
Last Olympiad we were capable of delivering good male performance, not excellent in terms of women performance, but male performance was very good. It was in the first top 20. We came 18, so we were quite happy about that. Now it's time to show also the European level here now, and then we came as all the people from the board of the federation here to really cheer up and help with our thoughts, our fellow players. They are not doing, let's say, great at that point in time in the tournament, but hopefully in the second part of the tournament they will come back and do a nice event in the end.
Yeah, we mentioned already in broadcast many times names like Deac, Nisipianu, Lupulescu and Gavrilescu, but you have also like really promising starts like Henry Tudor. So how is to combine, because I know that you are quite active also in the Olympic Committee, so you want to increase the support and actually visibility of chess, but it's so hard. You need to focus on many things, and I would say that the moment that Romania is one of the leader in terms of activity in chess in the Europe.
So we hope that this kind of activity is galvanizing the community, and then basically this is what the numbers shows. We just had the annual General Assembly for the Federation this morning, and we were looking at the numbers for last year, and we see 80% growth in terms of the number of medals that we fetched for the Europeans and worldwide championships last year, 2024 versus 2023. But when you really break it down, so basically we took 17 medals. That's 80% growth. But what it is behind that, and then we realized that the really young players are those that shined last year, that shone last year. So this gives the benefit of all these activities that we carry at the bottom of the pyramid. So in Romania we are placing chess in schools, we are doing lots of events, and then it is galvanizing at the bottom of the performance pyramid, and then at the middle, and then also at the top. So we see young players emerging, and this is where the great performance is rising up now in Romanian chess.
Got it. Many things to be proud. Are there any like weak spots from your federation? Some things you think where you need that you could improve a bit more?
Yes,
what is something
there
which
is always space for being better, but I think we need to do better in terms of communicating chess. We are, let's say, better and better to communicate inside our large community. We have the third largest sports community in Romania after football and basketball, which is great, but we are not doing as good effort in communicating chess outside this large community, and I think we can do. This is not that difficult. We need just to attract this skill internally and then communicate it better. Another element that I think chess needs is that we need to take our top players or emerging top players and transform them into stars. Put more entertainment around them, because this will create interest from the media, interest from other type of sports. Maybe we can do some cross partnership with, for example, table tennis, I'm thinking, because logistics is not much difference with that. And with some other sports like cycling, we do cross events, cycling and chess, because it caters to the mind and body. So you can't only have the mind, you also have to have the body, and the vice versa. So putting more sports together and doing better in communication, I think will do great for chess, because it will promote it all along.
Lena, I think we couldn't agree more, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. But in mind thing. It's really important.
we were commentating this through the event, that there are really some players who like to contribute with some content, I know some posts, photos, tweets, and they're engaging a lot of followers. I think these days this is very important. Vlad, do you want to add something at the end?
Well, just thank you for the great work you are doing. So I was watching your live broadcasts, not always live, but I was watching your broadcasts, and I was also checking the numbers. So eventually 8 to 10,000 people are watching, and which is amazing. And then just came across with the learning for our team at the federation, and say maybe we should do our own events in English as well. Maybe we should have them at the level that you are providing, because we also have to learn to get there. And also maybe we should connect with big streaming engines like chess.com and so on. But the conclusion is that we have to learn from you. You are doing a great job, and we thank you for that.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much for those compliments. We touched already Romanian Grand Prix with 150 case, Grand Chess Tour is around, Vlad. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to move on in the federation for the next 4 years. So yeah, hopefully Romanian chess will
grow.
improve even more. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining. Yeah,
Thank
let's
you very
go
much.
to the playing hall. Let's check what do we have. Thanks Vlad for coming, and we
Thanks
can
so much.
now see what do we have there. So, first board camera, let's just check. Has something.
Let me check if the second and fourth board works. Yes! We fixed it.
Yep.
So we
But I need
can
to
finally
fix my
analyze.
mouse, so I'm losing connectivity.
Connection?
Yeah.
You need to go with this.
Let's try to. So I thought it was a battery, but it's something else. Let me try to think. Okay, I think I'm fine now.
Yeah?
Yep.
Wow.
Let's get the board as
Balkan
well.
way of
Yeah.
fixing things. Boom. Works.
Yeah. As I mentioned, I couldn't agree more with Vlad in some terms.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think he touched many topics which.
Really important.
Yeah, chess is, I think, moving in that direction, because before it was just important that you write some article in a chess informant that you are a player, and that's it. And these days everyone is repeating content. Give the
Exactly.
content.
But he gave us body and mind think, and I saw a lot of players in the gym yesterday, and I was proud of them. Really, like top 50 from the tournament, they were in the gym. So
Yeah,
that's really,
so I think the
really nice.
top players
Tari,
profile
Domchenko.
are changing. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Even Svane as well. So a lot of top players are in the gym.
Let's just greet our viewers once again. So don't forget to subscribe to the ECU channel, as Vlad was mentioning. Yeah, in future we will even try to give more content. We are here. We will have a poll. Is it ready? Is
Not
it
yet read.
Okay, not yet.
Yeah, but we are waiting. I'm eager to see
Yep.
what's the question.
Yeah, I just want to add that that it's not just about my role. I think that as you guys are writing, that Lena and Sandra are really doing a great job. When I come here, I feel really relaxed. Sometimes we are working for 5-6 hours, but basically just
Pass like this.
like that. So yeah, I think that it's very important that we are surrounded by young, positive people.
And energy.
So, yeah, so I'm happy that that we are doing this job together. Okay, so let's check what do we have. Let's see the board. At the moment, the problem is with this kind of opening is that there are so many transpositions, and players are still trying to navigate to avoid something or try to steer the game into their direction. So frankly speaking, I cannot tell you much. This is typical Magnus Carlsen way. White is counting on 2 bishops advantage. Bluebaum is I would say player who is pressing a lot with the white pieces, and he likes to be safe, but if he senses that the position is having a moment where he needs to sacrifice, he will go for it.
He will
But
grab it.
He is not the one who will create a mess immediately after the opening. So he likes to slowly build dynamics. So that's why I think this is his choice. Once again, just if we can get the pairings, I just want to comment regarding pairings. What can we expect from that? So Bluebaum Ufa, if I would need to guess, I would say that
Draw.
if the opening gives the dynamics to Bluebaum, this game will last long. But if you found some way to equalize immediately or to surprise Matthias, then that game might end up as a draw. Kuzubo Gledura, this is a similar style, and Kuzubo Yuri likes to sit and wait and to be very patient, and same goes for Benjamin. So I would say that here draw is most likely.
Okay.
The result. Hokanish and Robert and Jobava Badur, this is like completely different style, and usually this creates tension.
It depends on Jobava, I think.
But anyway, even if he goes a slow game, Robert can outplay him in a slow game. So maybe he needs to create a mess. So I really cannot predict. All three results are here possible. Sargsyan Gabriel, this will be a tough game for Lorenzo. If he gets into some position where Gabriel can press, so it's very important. Let's say this way. Let's put it this way. If in this game Lorenzo openings should be on a top level. So if he comes to the game with the opening average 25-50, he will have a hard time versus Gabriel. But if he finds a way to be well prepared to kill the game, then it will be more than less fine. But here it's very important for him to have a right position out of the opening. Tari versus Dudin, this is a very interesting game, and I spoke today with Bartek Machea, and I said this is a real test. Not super strong, so he's not playing against 27-50, but Tari on a good day with the white pieces coming from the gym yesterday.
Yeah, looks like the real feel is 2700.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I'm not familiar with Paul Velte. Do you have any info?
Yes,
Lena?
I have quite a little, which I dig deeper a little bit. But yeah, he's a French player. He becomes a Grandmasters in 2018, and he's my age actually, 31 years old. Nothing particular info which is related to him, that he won some, I don't know, very strong players or something like that, or that he won French championship. But yeah, he's a very strong and very solid French player with 25-27 peak rating. So yeah, nothing really like super special, and super excited to hear. At least we know that Paul Velton is having here a really good tournament. His peak is okay, but I think he can even reach more. 25-27 is so far, and that was 2019, just 1 year after he became a Grandmaster. So that's a little bit about his chess career. And yeah, we didn't have any like other cool information, but those
But you know
basics.
what sometimes happens, Lena?
What?
We have our dear viewers who are ready.
Who can tell us?
Yes, from France. They can tell us a little bit more about Velte Paul, and I think also it would be nice for him, some boost if later he reads those.
I just asked my favorite audience, do they know a bit more about Paul Velton?
Yeah.
Cool.
So let's get the pairings back just to discuss a bit other boards. So we have 3 more boards or 4 more boards. Jordan van Forest, Huschenbeck. Niklas is a tough opponent, but he's, I would say, that style fits Jordan because it's like a classical style preparation. So I think that he's having a similar style, like top-notch theory, main lines and everything. But the problem for Niklas is that Jordan does it better. So sometimes when you have a same style with stronger player, it's not a good matchup. So it's better to have completely different style, and then maybe you can confuse, because whatever Niklas is doing, Jordan is doing this a bit better, which with the white pieces usually means that Huschenbeck will have a really tough match. Svane Frederick, Muradli, Muhammad, if let's say that we are searching for a
He also
huge
came from Germany?
firework, huge, I would say like
We will find it right there.
fire on the board. This is the game to follow.
Perfect.
That's the game.
This is important to know.
The game. Believe me, here Muradli is playing all the games.
Sharpie?
Sharpie, Frederick is there who won't run away from that style of chess. So that's the game.
Cool.
Haik versus Liviu Dieter. If we would need to find the most solidest game, strategical one, that would be the one. So Martirosyan is having the same style now as
It's a really
Nisipianu.
precise game, like really solid
Yeah,
game.
but before Liviu Dieter was playing much more sharp, and Haik was also playing sharp. And these days, so Liviu Dieter is playing strategical chess, Haik is playing the same, but Haik is younger and he's a bit better.
That's why he's sharper
Yes.
at the moment.
So Liviu needs to be really in a good shape to defend this one. And Sonis versus Šarić depends of the position, depends of the ambition of Francesco. It can be a solid one, but it can also be a crazy one. Yeah, so that would be like my prediction. Yeah, and hopefully you will.
Yeah, you were not bad so far in predicting
we
games.
will
so
see. Thanks. That was a
I'm looking
compliment.
forward to catch some
That
error.
was a compliment or no?
Yeah.
You were not bad.
Yeah, but I'm catching mistake. But not
Okay,
easy here. Yeah.
Let's get the board. So let's check once again. So first board we have this stuff. Then we can switch to another one. Same thing. I'm not surprised at all. Just to say that here, after bishop d4, g3, queen knight c6 was the main line before, because if you play bishop g2, then this considers an equalizer because queen is coming to b4 as a check and you need to double the pawns. While whenever you take in those structure with the knight, that's a small victory for black. White is still slightly better, but to be able to get the advantage, your knight should stand on c3. So this actually is the concept, but here black takes immediately, which means that you should take with the queen. That's obvious. Nice. And now on knight c3 there is this line, d5. And on bishop d4, bishop g2, this was played in so many games in Croatian modern palace. Grandmasters started to play, and then
This is really
Ante
popular.
Brkić, Ivan Šarić, everyone. Before all the players were playing d6. So b3 is the idea to avoid this line with d5, because now on d5 there are many options like knight c3, queen e3. These days everyone is playing that. So b3, a5, and now we think maybe Lena, we could check a little bit this position.
To dig deeper?
Yeah, this
Love it.
b3, a5 stuff. Benjamin is well prepared. Let's go full screen. Yuri is thinking a bit, so he got him off guard. A5
Give me a
will
few
play.
sec and now do my work.
Yeah,
We'll
I don't
nerd
question.
research.
I don't question that at all, because you were providing
You tested me already.
yes, so many nice, valuable insights. So I'm quite curious. Okay, you will update me. I will move on. Then we will come back. Let's see how Robert is doing with versus Badur. Kero Ken, Badur, Jobava, then Izoria Zviad, Panculaya, whom else? Mrčedashvili. They were all playing this Kero.
I have something already.
Okay, perfect. Let's
Ooh,
go back
Grisha-
to the board number.
We should play this.
So b3 first instead of a5.
Let's go a little
who
bit
played,
back.
Who played after b3?
After b3, a lot of players. Let's say, take a look at this. Vidit, Grishchuk, Vojta Shekelyanov, Bakrov.
And after d5?
And after
What is the
d5,
main? No, a5, d5, b3, d5. The main reaction?
was bishop g2.
Bishop g2, knight
Let me see who
c3,
played this.
a3.
Pragma
Black
plays
monk.
this as black, Ivanchuk as well, Safarli as well.
Yeah, the point is not to
Djukic.
play knight c3 immediately, and also you cannot play knight g2 because of knight e4, and you don't want to play knight c3 because then after d5 it's a little bit harder. So here you go b3, and when he plays d5 you go bishop g2, and if he goes knight e4 you go queen b2, and then after queen
Knight
b4
e2.
check you are ready to play knight b2 or knight d2. So I think this is the point. And after a5,
After a5 we have also not a lot of games, maybe 15 games. And Svane played this one, by the way. Let me check his Rasmus.
with the black
But with
is-
the blacks, Yugirov, Martinez, Moisenko, Hovanesyan,
Okay.
who is here. So very strong players.
So which moves were
26
played?
something.
Knight c3.
The main is knight c3 and a3, but knight c3 is the main line.
Okay, so Kuzubov is thinking. We will see which
Which
will
way
be
he will?
the reaction. So let's move on. So here Hovanesyan is playing this versus Jobava. Then then Sargsyan versus Lodici. We can maybe go with the camera to board number 3. I see Šarić on the main stage. So here the point is that White is playing reverse Sicilian, so there is close Sicilian, which goes. Okay, here I'm not maybe no, it's not closed. Okay, depends what will. Yeah, it is basically. So if White goes a4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, let's say g3, d6, d3, like this, and then black can play e5, and then queen d2, knight e2, and so on. And here if we switch the position, so here queen d2, the point is to go e3 and then b3, bishop b2. This is how people sometimes play versus reversed
Can you
Sicilian.
jump in for a second?
Sure.
Paul is live.
Yep.
Guys, Paul is live right now. Today is the day that we will be focused on the female stuff here today. And yeah, girls are playing for a really, really good tournament. We will talk with them and hopefully we will have somebody here in studio. But the question is, who will be the best ranked female player in this event? We have a girl from Romania, 20 years old girl, Miruna Daria Lehaci. We have well-known Nargur Salimova from Bulgaria, really young player. Then Sofia Pogorelski from Serbia, woman international master, or maybe someone else. So bring it on. We want how many votes? 500?
Okay, I think 400 would be fine. We have 500 benchmark for something
Optimist,
else.
pessimist.
Something else. 500 benchmark. I think this is something.
We
that
had
you
500
Yeah?
at the first day.
Paul or
503 Paul.
I was
Number of
think-
votes.
I was thinking about something else.
About viewers, we had more than 500. Didn't
Okay.
we will check eventually. Help me have that, so I don't have to check.
Yeah. So Lena is really trying hard to get 500
I'm counting
plus.
here, guys. So help me count more. Thank you so much. Anyways,
Yes.
keep rocking.
Okay, so just think for a second, or you already have your favorite, and please place your vote. We already have some.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not
people
gonna
are
reveal
slowly-
anything.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Later we will focus a bit on that topic a bit more. We can maybe get them with the camera. We can maybe also touch our next ECU European Championship, which will take place
Really beautiful
in
place.
Greece, Rhodes. So okay, let's leave this for a moment, and let's go back to focus on the games. So Kuzubov still thinking, Badur Jobava is in that position, Sargsyan is playing reverse Sicilian. Let's see how Tari is doing versus Dudin. So board number 4. And Queen d3 was played, a4, g3. Okay, trying to mix. This is typical day of Sicilian. Let's see how Velte is playing versus Lagarde. Okay, this is a little bit more interesting because it was Benko or Volga Gambit with knight d2. That's something I was playing, even possible.
Sharp line?
Well, I would say it's more safe line because you don't want to enter this massive theory. So that's why
the
you
sharpest one.
Yeah, you played this kind of position when you're not the pawn up, but you're having typical Benoni style position when it's something that that the d4 players know by heart. And let's check how Jordan is doing. Okay, so as I mentioned, it's theory. They were blitzing out everything. I'm not so familiar with all that, but obviously Jordan is. Maybe, Lena, if you are bored by my commentary, maybe you can check it.
I'm not, but I'll check it.
Okay, thanks.
That's the right answer. You're always testing me every single day. Come
But
on.
you're always passing that test.
Give me a break.
Come on, I'm waiting for some mistake.
Yeah, I will drop
To
it.
complain
once.
a bit then. You see, guys.
I don't give him to complain.
Yeah. No chance. Those ladies are perfect. And
Yeah.
what can I do? So I'm curious about this h4. Was it played or not? Jordan is blitzing, and as I mentioned, he's doing things a bit better than Niklas.
The rating says that.
Yeah, similar style. Let's check how Frederick Swane, our fire on the board, is doing. Yeah, we'll have some sacrifice coming soon. Let's go to that board with the camera. It's board number 8. I really do expect a mess on that board coming super fast. So Frederick 4.5 out of 6, Muradli 4.5 out of 6. Yesterday, 2 days ago, Muradli was on the verge of winning, but then misplayed it. We can go full screen to see Frederick is always super determined.
And until that time, I'm close to do my homework
Yep.
to surprise you. No games. No way. Where did I lost my tree? Let me check. Okay, here we go. Something.
Okay, so you're speaking about.
Awesome.
Let's get the board back.
Okay,
So-
let's get a board back. Jordan's one. Perfect. And you can go back to move number 9, as we have theory there. So e4, and then the best move is, and what suggests actually the machine and what I have in my base is bishop g5.
So bishop g5, and
Exactly.
which game was that? Someone? No? Yeah,
No?
Djukic was playing
Yeah.
it with Krasenko.
Donchenko and, okay, Fico, I don't know, to be honest, who is Fico, but Donchenko played this
Yeah, and
long
Hayek as
ago,
well.
2014.
No, this is, so bishop
e4,
e3
e6.
was Jordan's improvement, and then
Bishop e3 doesn't exist.
he came up with this novelty h4.
Very cool. Yeah, this just doesn't exist in base. So he came really prepared. Is he blitzing, as you said?
Yeah.
He's our and not like Giga.
No. Giga is really,
He has
I
a
would
record.
say-
I told you 2 days ago. He has a record of 1 hour and 48 minutes. Wow.
Yeah, he was really.
Here is Jordan's face.
Yeah.
He's so it's not easy to get over the game against Yufa. It's not important that it was against Yufa. It's the type of the game you lose. And he's back.
Yeah, and actually he showed a really, I would say, high stamina and high spirit because in the last round he won with the black pieces some long equal game versus Dominic Horvat. So
Which
he
is
was
not
there.
easy at all. Yeah.
He was there to get over it. So kudos to Jordan.
He knew what he came for, so
I was actually told that his brother, who is here, Lucas, that he stopped playing for, I think for a long ago, and that he's actually having a role of Jordan second, yeah, which is interesting, which is interesting and
Yeah.
understandable. I know that, for example, he's skiing. I know that, Lena, you like to ski.
Yes, I just learned.
From 1 to 10, how much?
11.
Whoa! Yeah, and
Because I'm a
in
newcomer
Serbia
to
you have
skiing.
some mountains, so it's quite convenient for you. But like famous
In Croatia?
Yeah, famous Croatian. We don't have it, but famous Croatian skiers were sister and brother Kostelic. Actually, Ivica even likes to play chess. Janica was like really Olympic hero, and she was one of the best skier ever, if not the best. And
Very cool.
yeah, actually, Ivica was sort of in a shadow because it's I would say a gladiator sport, because you need to be a mountain for long.
Yep.
And actually, he said, his father said, I couldn't focus on Ivica too much because Janica was doing better in women competition. It was a bit easier, and at that point, Ivica was mainly
He was
like
in shadow.
acting as a some kind of sparring partner or something. And then when Janica finished her career, I think she was like 26 years old, and she said, enough, I won't compete anymore. Then Ante switched to Ivica. Ivica took Olympic medal, slalom, world championship, and so on and so on.
Amazing.
So I don't know with those brothers. Okay, in chess it's a little bit different because those knowledge, I have a feeling, what you fill up till like 70, 18 years old, maybe 20. That's
the
it.
base,
Yeah, it's
the core.
really hard to later.
Latest
later
years, you
period,
only
yeah.
need to follow with openings, you know. You're
Yeah.
never gonna learn endgames again or something like that, but openings all the time, all the time, all the time.
Yeah,
So
so
maybe you're right.
Jordan is
About Jordan, he was 42nd place in Petrovas last year, so he really needs to get into that top 20. And my opinion is that he deserves, but we will see.
yeah, we are big fans of
we're
him
big
because
fans,
he's
yeah.
very polite, very humble.
And he's always happy to sit here and talk with us.
Yes, exactly. And we, as we mentioned, do appreciate this content. So any comment remark already?
Svaneve smo radili. They were also complaining about second and fourth board that doesn't work.
Yeah, mens sana and corpore sano. Yeah, in healthy spirit, healthy
And
body.
the rest is just welcome messages that we just started.
Yeah, regarding Velte, we don't have all the infos. So if you have something more,
We would be
where is he
happy.
coming from, and his ambitions and so on. Maybe
That would
some
be really
recent
useful,
results.
yeah. Maybe from some French
Yep.
guy here.
Yep. That would be really awesome. Yep, so in the meantime, let me check the other games. Let's get the board back and
See what is going on.
yeah.
And greet Stefane. Bonjour.
Yeah, he's always trying that
Our
we
fair play
mention him,
expert.
so he answers like 10 to 12
Maybe he
times
can
our
show up
studio.
sometimes and
yeah, the
just
guy
give
just
some-
wants to be in
give some
limelight.
pie.
Yeah. And those Corsicans, what to say? Yeah, he's a typical.
He's a nice,
Yeah.
nice strong guy.
Yeah. He didn't catch anyone yet, but he's,
He will.
yeah.
No, better not.
Yep. So we're joking a bit with our fair play.
Dear colleague, yeah.
Fair play. Chairman, have you been to Corsica, Lena?
Nope.
Very
Never.
nice island. I've been twice, maybe even more. You need to go.
Wow.
Usually either by plane, but you can also
This
go
should
with
be
the
my
ferry.
honeymoon place.
With the ferry from Livorno, for example.
This
that
is in
was
French.
It's very nice. I was in Bastia. You have Ajaccio and many nice places. And
You make me want to
now
swim.
we will be without Lena for the next half hour. She's already checking booking
Yeah.
and flights. Yeah, what to do?
You got me.
Typical lady.
Ah, woman.
Yeah. So let's move on with the next board. Let's see how Martirosyan is doing. Svane Muradli, we mentioned that's a mess, and Muradli is under heavy fire. Let's see how Martirosyan doing. Typical, as I mentioned, super slow positional game. Francesco versus Ivan Šarić. You need 2 for tango. It seems to me that Francesco is trying to play a solid game. Okay, let's maybe focus to Svane versus Muradli.
You promised that
check.
this game will
Yeah.
be super cool.
Let's get the board, the camera on that board number 8. So Muradli is already half an hour behind, so it's not a great situation for him. And Svane is just blitzing, as you mentioned.
Well prepared.
Yeah, paparazzi style. That he's super prepared. So this is of course some kind of...
But can you see his opponent? Looks like it's Svane's turn, but it's not.
Yeah, Muradli is
We
not
cannot
aware.
see Muradli.
We can maybe zoom out
Yeah, to
a
see
bit
if
and
he's...
go full screen, and you will see that he will realize, because that happens if the opponent is not sitting. Maybe we can zoom out.
A bit, just to see. Just to see, is he sitting long? No, he's not sitting.
Yeah. Do you follow other sports, Lena, during events?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Which is your favorite?
Yesterday I watched basketball,
Mm-hmm.
EuroLeague. Partizan lost a lot against Anadolu Efes, like 30 points was the difference. And then I love to watch football, so what's the day today? Saturday?
Yep.
Okay, just the regular leagues, but I'm waiting for
No,
Tuesday
there
and
are
Wednesday.
no leagues because there are
National Cup.
no qualifiers for the World Cup and the League of Nations, so that's why I think all the leagues are
Stopped.
standby.
Cool, I'll check who is playing. And then tennis as well?
Mm-hmm.
You have your favorite, I
Yes,
guess?
today my friend Borna Čorić, he was world number 12, he likes to play chess, I always recall. So I was somewhere and he's sending me he's sending me an audio message. Magnus was investing and I was investing in Zagreb, and I needed to change my things, and suddenly I saw him, and why I didn't ask him for a photo. And then I said, replying, I said, yeah, why not? Magnus likes sports. So Borna won 2 times versus Federer, 3 times versus Nadal. He won Cincinnati, world number 12. And then I'm getting another message in like a few minutes, selfie, Borna and Magnus. Yeah.
Do you have selfie with Magnus?
No, okay, he was in my studio, so
You have some photos.
so
I have a
don't,
selfie. Yeah.
so I don't want to ask.
Yes,
I
I'm
was
cute
with
fun.
Luka Modric in Zadar, and I was the only one not asking for a photo. People were bringing like some jerseys, balls, whatever, and I was not the one asking actually. But we spoke for 15 minutes about tennis, a little bit.
He's a
about
real
chess.
legend. Modric?
We are playing tomorrow versus France. We won 2-0, and now we are playing this
Is
quarterfinal.
he still in the national team?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but he has almost 40. He's amazing.
40, yeah. So Borna won today in semi-final in one tennis tournament, Challenger 75 in Zadar. He has a winning streak of 10 or 12 matches without only one set he lost. So he will come back to top 100, and hopefully he will return to at least top 20. And he was at the Grand Chess Tour. He was 12. So he was in Grand Chess Tour making a first move, but Magnus was not there. I'm trying to recall. Maybe Magnus was there, but he was making a move in some other game. So kudos to Borna, and we have here a mess. Muradli is thinking. Queen on g4. Let's get the board back. Let's see what do we have behind. So there is some French defense and bishop on b3. is ready to be sacrificed.
At some point.
Yep. So what do you think, Lena? What would be your feeling for this position?
I love white here.
Yeah. How
Only
much scary
because-
this looks.
Only because the white is attacking, and I love to attack and I love dynamic positions. And if you're black, I know that this is solid position for black, but it's hard to play. And it's somehow easier to play. You have a more space with white. I know there is not such a good bishop on b3, but yours on b7 is not good as well, as in any kind of front structure. So I'll probably be white here, with some idea to jump with the rook and to attack with rook h3, maybe to g3 or something like that. And you seems like you would play this with black?
No, I would also be fine with the white pieces, but before, let's say when I was younger, I would say, oh, this is so better for white.
Yeah.
The storm is coming, but later in your career, when you mature a bit, suddenly you realize that defensive resources are quite
so
hard. From my experience, here is necessary to play h6. Not to allow a6, because after a6 you're stopping your opponents. So when white plays a6 and black plays g6, you stop your opponent's threats. But long term, every end game, even middle game, with not many pieces of the board, white keeps the dynamics from forever. And actually this is typical for King's Indian attack. Not King's Indian, but King's Indian attack. And when this h6 comes, and this is typical dilemma. Either you allow h6, as I mentioned, and then the verse is over. But long term, as I said, eternal initiative, or you allow h6, which can be tricky because then you need to be on alert because of some tactical
But you mentioned that when you mature in chess, that you figure out how, it's not easy to win the game.
Yeah.
And especially you think that you're winning somehow all the time and you cannot win. And then I Google a bit who is the best defender ever. Of course, that was Petrosyan. And it's just impossible to give him a checkmate. It's really, really hard. And then the second, what do you think? Can you guess probably?
I think that Korchnoi was quite high. I don't know, did they
Yeah,
put
but
him?
then Karpov is also high on the list. Then Vasily Smyslov. And then fourth place is Magnus Carlsen. And that is something weird for me.
Very interesting. Okay, there are different type of players. For example,
Completely different.
there is Levon Aronian, who is not the kind of defender stopping opponents' attacks, threats, initiative, but he's a kind of swindler. So you have players who are super tricky when being lost. So we cannot call them defender, we can call them
sneaky players.
Yeah, sneaky players, and Aronian is high on the list. Then you have some players, for example, Rauf Mamedov. He makes your life harder, tricks. There was a famous game.
It's better not to be winning against
At
him.
the European Club Cup, there was a famous game, Djukic versus Mamedov, and at some stage, Djukic, at that tournament, Djukic was a bit nervous. He was getting excited about his forthcoming World Championship match versus Ding Liren. And the thing is, he was somehow playing without super confidence, but he has outplayed Rauf, and they are in one position where white is winning, plus 1.8 or 2. And then I said, listen, but he was a bit low on time. And I said, if I need to pick up one player, let's say that you give me 3 players to pick up to defend this position, Rauf Mamedov would be for sure in top 3.
Yeah.
And I said I would give him decent chances to survive the game. And you know what happened? From dead lost position, suddenly Rauf starts to double the rook, start jumping with
Trick
knights,
here,
put the
here.
queen here, and Djukic got totally confused and got into the lost position.
Ouch.
But then I said, now I don't need Rauf, now I need some other player to win that winning position versus Djukic. And then I said I would pick up maybe Hari Krishna. So Djukic, so you have different type of players. So the one is who is there to make some miraculous save, But then to convert it precisely, super precisely, there are some other players. Like Yuyangi, like as I mentioned, Hare Krishna, and so for example, you have Jobava to create a mass, but then if someone else could sit instead of him, then...
Now you inspired me to think to combine 3 players in order to play the best game, you know?
Yeah, actually that would be the concept. For example, now
and question for audience.
I can, for example, let's say first, here Hare Krishna. Here, I don't know, let's say that I put who is super... So Wesley, let's say. Magnus is on top, and actually I don't count him.
That's why he's on the list, actually.
Here Mamedov maybe, with the white pieces. He likes to fix, to move around, that's all. I don't know.
To sneak around, yeah.
This position, Gabriel Sergisyan's position. He was also... he was also at my list, high on the list at some position. Here, I don't know, let's say who is doing in those kind of positions. Mickey Adams I put into this position. I would be very happy as a team captain. This one, let's see, whom do I have? Okay, this one maybe Aronian with the white pieces, I don't know. That one, this is typical also Aronian style, this kind of position. Then this one, Vichy Anand for example. You put Vichy in this position, he takes on F6.
As white?
Yeah, Vichy takes on F6. You take, Vichy plays some knight e2, and in
Vichy win.
15 moves you are really...
You're done.
Yeah. So, but for example, let's say that I don't want to put some players into some position. For example, here, I don't want to put with the black pieces maybe Ivan Šarić. He doesn't like to play those kind of super boring positions, so... Yeah, so that actually something I was telling this a lot. It's a matter of style, it's a matter of character, it's not just about the opening. So you just put the same opening to other players and it's completely different story.
How many skills you need to have in order to be perfect player? That's a lot. That's huge. Like you need to finish 5 faculties for defending, for attacking,
for example,
for sneaking.
This position Dingley ran with the white piece. Okay, Dingley will find some way to create some mess and slowly put pressure.
So interesting.
So we have many interesting positions. Okay, let's go to our
I have asked, please can you explain the game of Ceparino first and then we can...
Okay, where is Cepa? Let's see.
Cepa is...
He was actually thinking to organize a football match. He asked me. Then
Board
they
number
will call
20?
you because you like to play football.
Yes, please do.
So...
And I hope to get some dress. We will show the Haji's one later. Do not forget that. Yeah, board number 20.
Rouser Sicilian.
I love it, and you love it.
Yeah, so I will just explain a bit. The point is here, this is classical Sicilian. White has bishop e2, bishop c4, solves in g3 and so on. Then this is this Richter Rouser attack. When after e6, queen d2, a6, castle, bishop d7, f4, b5, casual suicide variation, how Yermolinsky called it. I was the one playing this for a long, writing a book together with Zdenko and so on, so I don't consider that a suicide variation because many players are playing this days, Firouzja, Maksudlo and so on. After bishop d7, for example, f4 was Spassky Fischer. So knight f3 is the main move to put pressure on d6, b5, and the point of casual suicide variation was that the bishop stays on f8 in case of this scenario, because if you take with the bishop, queen takes on d6, and his conclusion was if the bishop anyway will be restricted, so let's have it on f8 and then we can push h5 and place the bishop on this diagonal. I asked Kozul, so how did you came with this your pet line? And he said there was an article from Grandmaster, Soviet Grandmaster Panchenko, and I was somehow get interested in that, and it really intrigued me, and then at some stage I start playing it, and devoted all my life. He has found some new ideas with rook a7 after, for example, in causal line. So let's say here b5 takes, and some stage you have moves like queen e1 with the point if you play this, I take, and then knight d5. And the point is, if you take, then this is discovered attack and you're destroying the structure, and also at the same time queen can move to the other wing, and then causal will start to play, for example, here, let's say knight c6, bishop c6, queen e1, ideas with rook e7, because if you jump, now I have this defensive move and some others as well, and so on. So here the point is, in this line, after a6 castle, there is a h6 line. After h6, the main, this was played by Ivanchuk, by many players. I was playing this a lot, and even I got into a new chess article with my photo and new ideas in that line.
Cool.
Okay, sometimes you feel
Nice
a
one.
bit proud. Yeah.
Of course you do.
So knight c6, bc6, bishop f4, d5. This is how the variation goes, and then bishop e2, bishop b4, queen e3. And if you castle, for example, e5, knight d7, queen g3. So take a look. Queen goes to
h6
d2.
hanging.
So queen goes to d2, e3, g3. So like this. 1, 2, 3. In 3 moves, the queen is on g3. But someone at some stage here, for example, after a6, played here queen d3. With the point, if you play a6, I take, you take, I castle, you play a6, I play bishop b4, you play d5,
queen
bishop
d3.
b4, and queen b3 comes
Quickly.
in 2 moves. So that was the
Look
concept.
how deep it is.
That's why my 15 years ago novelty was not novelty, but the concept to play first after queen d3, bishop d7, because after castle a6, if you take, I can take with the bishop, or I can take immediately with the bishop. So you're not forcing me to take with the b. The main difference is knight b5, but in this case, after queen d2, I won't play bishop b5 because you play knight b5 and I'm having a problem. But here after queen d3, bishop d7, knight b5, there is knight b4 move. So always you have some moves you benefit from somewhere, but you also having minuses in other ways. So here queen should, if the queen is on d2, everything is fine. If queen is on d3, now there are ideas with a6 or and so on and so on. Also it's possible to take on b5 and go back to c6. Okay, not to bother you a
When you
lot.
figure out how deep it goes, it's just
So the point was some move order, and now
scares me.
I wanted to make some intro that you realize what are the details from Ceparino's game. So queen d2, a6, knight c6. So I was avoiding this after queen d3, but after queen d2, let's say that is fine. bc, castles, bishop e7. Possible is to play something else, but bishop e7 is the best. Takes, g takes f6, and now theory says bishop c4. If you play d5, I can take, rook a7, and there is this bishop c6 and queen e3 trick. If you go on c7, takes, and rook d1. This is nice tactics.
I'm impressed. Thank you for the lesson.
Whoa. So you get impressed
I get free
very
lessons.
easily? Or no?
This is not easy.
Okay.
So no. The answer is no.
So after bishop c4, black should wait a bit with the d5. So that's why he plays first bishop b7 to prepare d5. Then theory says if bishop comes to b3, that white will be safe and it won't be easy to push against the white's queen side. But it's not the case. It's possible to do it. So he's doing the same, and he will push d5 at some stage. So h5 move. It's not that he's stopping anything, but the point is to push as far as possible. And now d5 was played, queen c7, and
Would you rather be black or white here?
I got used to play it
play
with black.
black.
So, but it's tricky and it's long term, and two bishops. The good side for black is even you are in pawn down, and then you can exchange the queens and endgames.
If you exchange queens, you're
better for black.
practically better, yeah.
There was a famous story match Tal-Botvinnik. Tal was only a champion, world champion for 1 year. And then Botvinnik, they were discussing, and then Tal was saying, here, bishop d5, I sacrifice on e6. And then Botvinnik said, no, I was not actually checking all those lines.
Yeah.
That's very complicated.
Really good for
I
you.
just realized that I need to exchange the queens. When I exchange the queens, the position will be very good. And that's why I found bishop.
Easy as that. So
Tal
chess
was-
can be simple.
Yeah. So depends of your profile. Also, the same happened when Jonathan Rosson was playing. He was around 2600, a little bit less, while Mickey Adams was 2750. And then after the game, they are analyzing, and then Jonathan said, "Mickey, what did you plan here? How about this?" Mickey was, I even didn't think about that for a second. This is too complicated. I was only thinking about this move and that move. And so basically, from like lines of amount of material of 10 moves long lines, actually Adams was thinking maybe 5%.
And that's
But
all.
it was
That's how it works.
yeah, so sometimes you can like overestimate and those players, for example, youngsters, they're coming to the board and they expect the Grandmasters are seeing top players that they can calculate. Okay, you have players like Jordan and some, but you have like players who have this feeling and they are not actually wasting time for calculations because they know
They
which
have a
direction to
sense.
take.
Yeah, they just have a sense, and this is.
But
really
that
nice.
was also a famous story when in Linares Michael Adams lost against Kasparov. It was penultimate game, if I'm not mistaken. Then in the last round, Kasparov lost against Topalov in that pawn's endgame, and then he said, "I'm retiring." And it was drawn, but at that point Kasparov made a mistake. It was 2004, if I'm not mistaken, in Linares. And it was funny, I was telling this story, so Adams was playing Sicilian, some Najdorf. It was really B5 was playing Kasparov, Adams was in Long Castle, B5, B4. Gary was proud because usually when you have a bishop on B7, it's not easy to push B4 when white has A3 pawn. But Kasparov played rook B8, moved the bishop to A8, and then anyway push B4, knight took on B4, and there was some action. And then you have, I think it's a clip, YouTube clip, where they're analyzing. So Adams proposed a move, and then Kasparov checkmate. And then Adams proposed something, checkmate. And then he was just showing all those like 15 moves lines after the game, and then Adams congratulates him once again, and then later says, after the tournament, I really don't get it why this guy is retiring.
I have a question for you as a GM.
Yeah.
Do you think is it more related to your intelligence or to hard work when it comes to calculation? That much calculating like a bunch of lines. Is it about just let's work on it, let's work on calculation a lot, or this is just natural?
So my advice would be like for some
To mix
players, for some fun players who are not maybe on that level, sometimes the main difference is flexibility. So all those top players and Grandmaster, they are quite flexible. So switching the roles. So usually people are suffering because now I'm in a role of delivering checkmate. And then you focus on the
Only
opponent's
on
king, and then you start calculating, checkmate, or let's say I'm winning with a devastating attack. But top players, they tend to switch roles. So let's say out of 10 lines, 8 lines are important that you are like breaking through and you're delivering checkmate. But in maybe one of those lines, you're exploiting on fifth move some unprotected piece on the other wing.
So you're looking
but you can be flexible. So I think this is the main thing. Those players can really sense, but in this moment there is no checkmate, I need to go for a better endgame. And some of them, they will move on, they want to deliver checkmate, but those players will realize, no, that's just an illusion, I need to stop in that line, I'm getting only in a better endgame. So they are flexible in terms of calculating, so they are keeping eye on many factors, not just I'm having a one role. My one role is now to deliver a checkmate. So I've noticed this many times in analysis. You have analysis and suddenly he's showing the lines, and in one line usually there is, and endgame is better for me. So that flexibility, I think that's very important, and that's, I think, the biggest strength of Magnus as well. So he can be well determined to deliver a checkmate, but he's so flexible to change his goal orientated.
And not to be disappointed then, no checkmate, what to do now?
Yeah.
I have to deal with endgame. Oh my gosh! And then.
And you know what helped me a lot? Sometimes you wish that you end a good game with checkmate mating motive, but sometimes you don't see it, and it's hard, and you're becoming nervous. And what helped me a lot that I would say calm down myself and say chess is hard. Chess is hard. This is just an ordinary day in your office that you don't have a win, but everything, and actually you should be awarded with your inspired play that your game ends up in a checkmate, but suddenly you need to move on. So chess is hard. When you come and sit at the board,
be aware of it.
Yeah, be aware of it. Then you are not nervous if your opponent is making a good defensive moves. Find some resources, because you will say, okay, that's why I'm here. I can find a way. I could cope with that stress and something. So I think psychologically is very important. Your energy. Are you there that you can calm down?
Be flexible.
Flexible, compose yourself, and actually, if the outcome, you are ready for several type of outcomes. Better endgame, no checkmate. Maybe I will be worse, but then I will play another role. So I think that's very important. That some players are suffering because they cannot adjust.
Agree.
Yeah. So here I think that this game is the one, this Ceparinov game. It's one which will be very interesting.
Especially because you know this really deeply.
Yeah, so the point is that black wants to push h4. So how I see it, that white has made the moves which looks, I don't know, let's call it maybe exaggerating, sexy. Let's say, I made my rooks, I'm here, I'm ready to sacrifice. But basically there is nothing there to be done. And now you need to start doing something. So those moves, nice moves, I double, I play some safe move, but now you need to find a plan. It's not easy, because all those moves were like logical, but now everything you touch might have some pros and cons.
Where to improve.
Yeah, A3, is it a weakness? I don't know, F4, is it a weakness? F3, are you there to push H3 or not? So now it's tricky part, and now I think that white will also start burning even more time. Because, for example, black plays king b8. Okay, so what do you do next? Are you ready to play f4? And then after h4 you're not sure that is it a good or bad for you? Will you make some a3 move? Then long term maybe something you're actually making your bishop more vulnerable.
It's easier to improve little by black here than by white.
You know how many times I was actually strolling around, and then I see that someone is playing like classical moves, but there is nothing behind. There is no deep idea behind it. And actually, long term, that doesn't help you, because you need to have a clear plan. Here, okay, why play those moves, and what's next?
Exactly.
So now it's like a tricky game, and Ivan is very good, strong player. So what is he thinking now? He's thinking now, should I be more flexible? And now you start to involve some other factors. How old is your player? What is his opponent? What is his style? Maybe we should play a waiting game.
Is he nervous or patient?
Let's give him a chance to figure out a plan. This is also typical. You're a better player, and suddenly your opponent, you figure it out some plan, he reacts well. You figure it out something else, he reacts well. And then at some stage he got the free time to make a move himself, and he makes a blunder or mistake.
Exactly.
And then they say, okay, give your opponent a chance to play.
A chance to play a bad move.
Will we maybe check the ladies? Because we touch them in the poll. How is Paul doing?
let's check the poll first. So we have 71 answer. So we have something there. And we'll reveal that in the end of our stream. But let's check. We talked to the president of Romania Chess Federation, and he mentioned that male players are playing really, really good in chess, and they improved a lot. They bring like 80% more medals comparing to last year, but we never touch a girl section. And as I'm girl, I need to tell that Daria Miruna Lehaci is playing really good tournament today. And maybe even from the beauty point and bird camera view, we can see her. I saw her a couple of times from the bird view camera, as she's playing on the board number 84, and we can even touch that game. And what is important, only few female players from this competition here is, if you can see, I think if you can confirm, I think that's her on the board number 84.
Yep.
But the thing is that only few girls registered so far for Rodos for the next championship for ladies, which I think we will be end of March and then until 12th of April. So it's a long tournament, and I was wondering if girls choose to play this one very strong tournament and then not to play the Rodos one, but we have Daria Miruna Lehaci who will play on Rodos. She's right now on the 74th place on the list, so it's okay. Not too bad on the ranking position right now. 20 years old girl, 3.5 points right now, 30 plus rating, which is really good. She says she has 22 something. So really good results. And she was two-time Romanian champion in 2023 and 2024, which means that she is really a hope for the Romanian chess, even though they brag about male chess here, which is really on a high level, but we can brag about Daria here, who is now woman international master, and she will probably become very soon a woman grandmaster. So good luck to her. Let's see against who is she playing on the board 84 against, oh my gosh, against Kolars Dimitri. It's a bad luck, isn't it? He lost
Kolars
last
is
round.
in a
He
bad
was really
shape, but what
pissed off.
to do? It's fine.
26-50, come on. But she will be proud to have a really good match against him. So she has the leading position right now. The second one is Nurgul Salimova, very known female player, 22 years old, Bulgarian, 3.5 points, board 63. But she's not registered for the girls, for the ladies chess championship in Rodos. We will check with whom is she playing today. Against Subelian. Again, not such a luck choice. 25, 24.
Yeah, Subel is in a very good shape.
Yeah, he's really good player. So she's playing with black pieces, having 3.5 points, and yeah, eventually we will see is she going to maybe try to have some draw or something. Even though we know it's hard with the black pieces, it's such a strong player. Yeah, but again, I always said that European Women's Chess Championship 2025 is pretty close to this one, only a few days difference, and then you need to get some rest. This is a really strong tournament, and then to be ready to play the next one. So I'm still thinking that they will probably register to play, but we will see. The third place is Woman International Master from Serbia, Sofia Pogorelski. She's in a really, really good shape. Of her chess career, I think one of the best, and she is also playing for my club in the Serbia First League first board. Not yet on the Rodos list, on the women competition list, but she will be probably only 20 years old. So yeah, the rest is Malteskai is on fourth place, and then we have Olivia Kielbasa as well. Malteskai will be on Rodos, let's say, but it's really hard. Would you play two such a tough events in such a, it's only a couple days.
Yeah, but if you consider that as if you have a profile, I will prepare for 3 months, and then I will test my skills in 2 strong tournaments, then I will rest once again for a few months. Depend of the style of opportunities. I see now Mateusz Bartel is checking Lehaci's game. Maybe we should get the board and the camera on that on that game, it's board number 84.
84.
Yeah, so let's see how Miruna is doing. Let's a little bit check first how she's doing in a ball.
Should I reveal that? Everybody can see. Okay, 16% so far.
Okay.
So not bad at all.
So let's start with her. Colors playing Sicilian bishop d7, knight d7, c4.
This is going to be Marozzi.
Yeah, Marozzi, two ways. One way is to play e6. Usually they say that e6 you should play versus c3 to be able to react, I don't know, let's say with the d5 at some stage, cd, d5, and your knight can come to e4. If your opponents play c4, then e6, d5 is not happening, so that's why you need to switch to g6. Knight c2, a bit sideline. Okay, now this is a5. Looks a bit strange. Usually a6 is the move, but Miruna has her agenda, and it's a bit passive position.
Yeah, but she's holding.
Yeah.
It's not easy, you know.
White will
From
go
any
with
kind of
queen
perspective.
d2, maybe protect, maybe exchange the bishops, jump to b5, d5 at some stage. He will maybe also start coming back with his knights. One to b5, one to d5, maybe h4 at some stage. But yeah, it's very defendable, and the rating difference is really huge.
But she can be proud anyway
Yeah.
to play against such a player. I mean,
Yeah.
when you have chance as a girl to play with 26 plus, it's really her moment to just enjoy chess and not to feel any pressure, just to enjoy the game and try to give the best she can, as she's doing already really great. So yeah, that's about girls, and keep voting. We have 78
Okay, maybe
votes
we should
now.
switch now to Salimova to check her game.
Sure, board number 63.
I think that Salimova...
That's the only game we have. After that it's 87 and 100 and
Yeah,
something,
let's
so
go
we
to
cannot watch.
63. Nurgul was
She was-
actually she's a bit...
Let's go back a little bit to see how did she end.
Something happened. I think her career high was... you could
24
check,
something, 24, 20.
24, maybe even
something.
24-40. Let's check. I'm curious. Also Olivia Kilbasa.
I want to be better than you, at least with the girls.
You are
guess.
probably.
Come on, 24.50, 24.49.
What did I say?
Next time, nothing. I don't want to ask audience, they're on your side.
No.
Somehow.
Come on, everyone likes you. I'm just here
Okay.
to fill the
Oh,
empty,
somebody
empty
says,
space.
wow, that's a super lesson. Thank you very much. I said the same. Yeah, more of these we need.
Yeah. Thanks. Lena will pass the message.
Yeah, from Alojzije.
Thanks a lot, Lena.
As girls can multitasking,
How fast are you?
I'm super multitasking person.
You're super fast. Okay, and here Olivia Kilbasa, if I'm also not mistaken, her career high was 24.20, and she's now
Something like that.
sitting on which rating? 23.70?
24.30 is her
Yeah.
peak.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. And
She's,
now
I
she's
think, far away.
23.70
We
or
cannot
something
catch
like
the
this.
board. It's, let me check. To show
Yeah,
complete
as Lena
piece.
mentioned, huge respect, kudos to our women players arriving here, playing in this event, fighting with strong opponents.
You really
Very-
need to be brave
yeah.
to play this
Yeah.
event. 111 white pieces. Now she's on 2360.
Yeah, I was thinking 23.70, so she dropped some rating in the process. So let's see how she's doing in this game versus Jan Schubel. Jan Schubel was, I think, in some stage, you can check, but I think he
Perfect.
took a bronze medal or something.
Jan Subel?
Yep, at some World
Where?
World Youth, World Junior.
Wow.
I was not sure, but maybe he took a medal somewhere in Rapid, maybe.
Let me check. Okay. He finished 16th in the European Speed Chess Championship with a score of 9.5 out of 13. This
No.
is 3 norms.
There are no results at youth
No.
junior category, but he is 20 years old.
Yep.
So if you could check top junior ratings, he's
He's pretty
quite
high.
fine. Maybe not top 15, but around maybe top 30. Even if you press on him, I think that you will get that info. Yeah.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, here, great, Lena.
A
He's
bit
about
more.
here in top.
Should be here.
Maybe he's out now of junior age because he's 20, maybe 21.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he overstepped.
Yeah, maybe since we are here, we can just mention the players who are playing in this event. And
The
junior.
number 4,
Yeah, you can tell the viewers his rating and place in the world rating.
2665 right now, 4th in the junior sections worldwide. Then let's say
Suleymanli is
Suleymanli is here as well, 2633, number 8.
Maurizi.
Maurizi Marcandri is also here, 2622, number 9 position. Gurel is also here, really young Turkish player, 2620. Then, of course, Pranov is not here, but
Erdoğan
Pranov was
is
there
here, yeah.
in Petra. But Erdoğan Yagiskan is here, 2605, number 13 position. Then we have Samunenkov on place 19, 2556.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good now. Petko
let's-
Momchil, we have Petko Momchil
Yes,
here.
he's also here.
Number 24, then it's worth of mention.
Let's get the board back
25-47.
and let's check, just to remind you that Nurgul Salimova was playing for the Bulgarian national team at the last European Team Championship 2023. They were like a bit surprising winners with Stefanova on the first board, and Salimova was playing in second board, and they became European champions. Then big stars in Bulgaria, billboards, some receptions. They got famous. I think she was also in some contest for the best athlete of Bulgaria. Also, she qualified through World Cup, when I think that she kicked out Stefanova, and she made it to finals. If you can check this fact, Lena, but I think in the last World Cup,
Yes, Salimova.
yeah, she
Yes.
made it to the finals. If I'm not mistaken, maybe losing.
Some Grand Prix.
No, World Cup, last World Cup, and I think she
yes.
lost in the finals, maybe.
Against Goryachkina, isn't it?
Goryachkina, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I kind of remember.
She kicked out.
It's the big final of 2023 FIDE Women's World Cup. Nargul won against Anna Muzichuk in the match before, and Alexandra beat Zhongitan, and then they played finals, and Nargul lost.
Yes, and she qualified.
But she went too far, really good.
Qualified to candidates tournament in Toronto, so she knows how to play versus super strong players. She also played the Global Chess League, so Nurgul is very strong player. But let's see what happened here. So it was 4 knights, or let's say Ruy Lopez mix, d6. She was a bit surprised. Oh, knight e5, nice puzzle storm. Example that knight e5 just.
This should be famous one, huh?
Yeah, and if you take on d1, there is knight
Knight
d7,
d7 is
and
coming.
this one is hanging, and you take on f6,
She must be disappointed
and
now.
av3, and your pawn down. So that was a blunder, and now he's having a winning position. Schubert, he needs to
Just
convert. Is Kilbasa live?
Nope.
Okay,
111.
so we don't
Not
have
even
live
Multiskyer,
games.
no
Let's
anymore.
go to our youngsters. We mentioned them. Let's see Gurel Samunenkov, which is board number
Very high, 14.
14. Let's go to that
So board number 14.
So let's see how Edis is doing.
Under 18 section.
Yeah.
And it's actually even under 14 maybe.
Yep. So as I mentioned before, it's very nice how they have this team spirit. They are always acting as a group.
The Turkish group?
Yeah. They're playing some Blitz.
Lunch together, dinner
Yep.
together, breakfast
Yep.
together. That's a team spirit. Something.
Yep. So here, so they're playing Blitz, they are enjoying. We mentioned that we spotted Mamedjaro here with their dogmus. Sholak is the personal coach. For a long, Edis lost some rating, but yeah, I believe that he will that's normal for a young player that he will cross 2700. I'm pretty sure we can go full screen. He's well determined. Yeah, he has a huge support. I think Dragan Sholak mentioned that there was one I would say like a sponsor, private sponsor, who invested quite a big amount, maybe almost 200,000 for their development. And
that's very nice.
Yeah, so they have a support, but that's not enough in chess. You burn that amount with lectures and everything. But Edis is a very good player. As I mentioned, his personal coach, Dragan Sholak. Maybe we can get him in the studio. He always travels with his mother. Father travels with him.
Yep.
And
she's always around. Yeah.
So
he's kind of leader of the group. And a really good one.
So it's a nice, I would say like a base of the potential pyramid. So he's thinking now. He's much better. Let's get the board back.
Pretty calm moment in the hall is around this timing.
So Edis is thinking. It seems to me that he managed to take Ihor off guard, and now he's about to. This is like a model position. White is much better, but Ihor, if the pawn was, let's say, on h7 and the pawn on h6, I would have some doubts. But now I'm pretty sure that this is
strategically
much
weaker.
Better for White. Anything in the chat?
Only surprising about your lessons and bragging about you, Alojzije, which is cool. The rest is all greetings and stuff about watching the games number 1 or stuff like that, which we watched. We have something that they answered about combining a couple of players to make the perfect one. And Enthusiast says that he would take Hausart, Friedman and Schenk. And then Helmi says, probably I'm not familiar with Assalamun Alaikum, maybe you are, maybe not. Okay, then the rest is just greetings and stuff like that. I really liked a bit of background in the browser from Alojzije. Another comment.
I like it. Let's go full screen. Yeah, it's very cool.
Nice comments, guy. Thank you so much. Keep going. And we will provide more lessons and answers for you.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
go with the camera to the first board.
To check how are they feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting position on the first board. So let's get the board back. So, Nimzo India, very complicated one. White is counting on 2 bishops. I would say that now Matthias is creating stuff I mentioned before, that he likes to have like postponed dynamics, postponed initiative, and that fits, this position fits his style perfectly. Let's check the next one. We will have some long maneuvering. a3 was played, the move we mentioned, that it was known. White slightly better, but Kuzubo consumed really a lot of time. Badur Jobava is playing the line. I think it was already played a few times. I've seen this. So Robert is thinking, but Jobava is already a little bit long time. And then we have Sargsyan playing reverse Sicilian, Tari, normal one, Velte, Jordan pushing, and now the game is already very serious.
It's really complicated.
And Smane Mudradli and Martirosyan pushing a bit, Sony Šarić. Yeah, still hard to say. I think, Lena, that we can go for a break and then we will dig a bit deeper later.
For sure. See you soon after a break.
Yeah.
Stay with us.
Noua Aqua Carpatica Flavors, un produs extraordinar căruia i s-a făcut o nedreptate și a ajuns să stea lângă sucuri. De ce nu ne-au băgat la detergenți, la geluri de duș sau la parfumuri? Mai bine ne-ar fi pus la cosmetice și noi hidratăm corpul, la iaurturi, că folosim fructe adevărate, la produse românești, avem cea mai bună apă Aqua Carpatica Carbo, la diete, că avem doar sirop de agave, sau la produse de import, că arătăm prea ca afară. În realitate, am fost etichetați greșit. Aqua Carpatica Flavors, apă minerală Carbo cu suc de fructe și un strop de agave. Puritate cu gust de fructe. Hai să nu mai facem etichetări greșite.
Știai că bulele din Aqua Carpatica Forte rezistă până la 8 ore?
Da, sigur.
Bine ai venit în galaxia Super Bula. Aici bulele nu sunt orice fel de bule, sunt super bule, mai mici, dar mai efervescente și durează până la
8 ore!
Bravo! Puritate cu super bule. Aqua Carpatica Forte.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and well will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history, and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess. Gica, ne vedem din nou la o competiție de șah. Știu și am discutat și acum că tu consideri foarte important mentalul, nu doar în șah, și în fotbal și în toate sporturile, nu?
Cum ai zis, da, foarte bine. Mentalul e foarte important pentru că de acolo construiești tot și după aceea vine corpul care te ajută dacă e bine pregătit, dacă ai putere, dar puterea mentală e prima care trebuie să o ai.
Ai sute de copii la Academie, îi pregătești acolo, faceți și astfel de pregătire și mai joacă ei cumva șah? Mai au plăcerea asta, cum era pe vremuri?
Trebuie să facă, depinde și de ei, de fiecare care plăcerea care o au. Acum n-am... Dar ar trebui să fie și m-ar bucura dacă ar face lucrul ăsta.
Te-am văzut zilele trecute primind cea mai înaltă distincție a statului român, încă emoționat, chiar și după atâta trofee, după atâta performanțe, mi s-a părut că încă erai foarte mândru și emoționat de trofeul primit. Cât de important e un trofeu? Și aici e o luptă pentru un titlu european.
A fost o zi, un moment special și cred eu că oricare era în această situație trebuie să fie emoționat, ai emoții și... Dar trofeele sunt pentru asta muncești, pentru asta te lupți, pentru asta te dedici în viață, pentru că, până la urmă, fiecare, oricine își dorește să câștige și totdeauna trebuie să înveți să lupți, să ai încredere în tine. Încrederea face parte din, cred eu că unul din punctele importante e să fii convins de ce faci, să ai încredere în tine ca să poți să ajungi să câștigi.
Transmite-le un mesaj celor care aici, aproape de casa ta, luptă pentru titlul european la șah.
Nimic nu e imposibil, totul se construiește în mintea fiecăruia, așa că trebuie să crezi în tine că ești bun și totul e posibil. După aceea, mult antrenament, repetiția creează automatismul și cu ea trebuie să te duci pentru că antrenamentul e foarte important până să ajungi la competiție.
Este o medalie clasică, având un diametru de 80 de mm, finisată prin sablare și patinare, personalizată pe spatele medaliei cu cele 3 locuri ale campionatului.
Un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim colaborări viitoare cu Federația Română de Șah. Să fie șah!
Pe mine ne onorează colaborare cu această instituție de prestigiu a statului român, care a ales să ne ajute nu doar în cadrul acestui eveniment de campionat european, ci și în alte evenimente organizate de Federația Română de Șah.
Yeah, we are back. I think just at the right moment, since some games are already, I would say, super tricky, sharp, and it's hard to evaluate them, of course, with engines. But I'm always checking this human perspective. I believe it's same with you, Lena. Yeah, because some positions they tend to look a little bit more harder, and the engine is giving the same mathematical expression. We are not getting this is equal, but black needs to play super precisely. This is slightly better, but you can get something tangible only with like super precise maneuvering. That description is of course not available, but that's why we are here. Yeah.
When you have your kibitzer or your engine near to you, you feel like everything is simple.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely not, and I know it over the board. So yeah, you're right. It's better to look with your eyes and to calculate.
Yeah, same goes, for example, with, I don't know, passing exams. You will have some degree or something behind it, or grade, but they are completely different, and you need to learn differently, act differently. Same goes with the chess positions. You will have 0, win or draw, but some of them are completely, you need to be a completely different profile, as we touched that topic before. So let's get the camera on this board. It's Ori Kobo versus Balázs Pastor. We have mentioned that there are many players from Israel here. This, for example, looks super complicated. I just briefly ran together with Lena, of course, to the playing hall. We greet always our dear Sandra. Unfortunately, there is no place for 3 commentators at the same time. But I think it's also interesting to switch. Yeah, to switch. You're in the playing hall, then you come with some details which I cannot notice from this position.
Beneficial.
Yeah.
Did you spot some interesting games?
Yeah. Actually, I just navigate around, and for example, this is the one which brought the attention. So, what do you think? It looks super complicated, and again we have this like evaluation which is really hard to grasp. So what happened here? So this was the line. It's quite known. For example, there are players who after d5, d4 immediately play this bishop f5 and enter this Chigorin stuff, but here knight b4, this is all known. Maybe we should check because this
the base?
I think that this opening needs to be a little bit rechecked. I know about this line, but I'm trying to recall who was playing it. So Wesley, maybe Dingley ran, one of those players, and now it was White.
Is it 62? I think it's 62.
Yes.
Cool, I'll check it for you.
So let's go full screen. White has just made a move. Bishop takes b7.
Bishop takes b7, nice.
Yeah, it's like better for black, or maybe it will become even equal, but it's far away from I would say far away from like an easy game for both sides, so it's very messy. So black now can move the rook. He can also sacrifice the exchange. Behind it's Salimova. We can get the board, so I will just briefly show you the situation there. Schubel is very confident, so it's our board number 63, and there it's really looks horrible after bishop d5. On this level, one blunder and that's it. You are dead lost with 0 chances to fight back. So I think this is something which Nurgul will, I would say, take a little bit more into consideration next time, that you should invest a lot of energy in the opening to get a game, and then to fight on the equal level here, because one mistake usually, as I mentioned, means that it's over, and it looks like. So I was mentioning the game next to, where Ori is putting a strong pressure on Balázs. It's funny when we have this angle with many games in the same row, maybe players tend to think that, aha, camera came because of my game.
Yeah, because it's interesting.
Yeah, and actually you're not sure because there are also other ones next to you.
That's why we send camera to different spots, or just, you know, that players don't think that they have some super special position.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
do you want from here maybe, or
yeah. Okay, let's just. Here is more than fine. So this line of sacrificing, that's also similar. It resembles the London system. So of course white can go knight a3, but like in London, it's not the idea. The idea is now from black to place your knight on the rim, and here there is this line of sacrificing the exchange, because the knight won't. Of course now this one is hanging, and also black wants to run away. This is the way how you get the tempo. Now I think bishop b1 loses because of this move. And after king f6, another puzzle storm. Don't look to my screen. After king f6, which move would Lena play?
Bishop g5 immediately. Boom!
Yup, so after king f6, bishop g5 and a fork. So
nice one.
Yup, after king e7, then some bishop g5 again, tempo, and I collect bishop and the knight. So that's actually the idea. And after knight c2, queen h5 check, g6, queen e5. So we stopped after queen f3. How many games were played there?
Let's go and see. Only few, only 5 actually.
But strong ones.
Strong ones. 26 plus. Mamedov played this one. You mentioned Mamedov before. Then Shimanov, 10 Herdok, and that's 25 plus. I think that's the most relevant games.
Yeah, but I would just mention.
Schubert plays black.
Yeah, the Schubert played it black, but Hans Niemann played it.
Niemann
This
well
is. Let's check that game, Shimanov Niemann. It was Blitz, title Tuesday.
It was Blitz.
So after queen f3, Niemann played knight f6.
Then bishop h3 came. Knight c2. Tried to escape. d5.
Okay, this is some kind of bullet
this
style.
Is like
so let's forget it. But knight f6 was a viable alternative. How about knight c2? No, instead of queen f6 immediately. Has this been played?
Here?
Yep.
Let's see, is there... No.
So this is a novelty or over the board inspiration.
Yeah, knight f6 is
and then
played.
Queen h5 was played. Of course, G6. Queen b6 was possible. Maybe that was the best move. I don't know if d5 works. Probably not.
But it's interesting. It's good.
Yeah, rook d1. Knight f6 is the next move. So queen b7 was probably the best option. And here, of course, I can give check, but similar thing. But then knight goes to e7. So that's why queen e7. If you go queen f6, then queen b5, and now I can take, and the bishop, the queen doesn't protect the rook, and knight f6 was played, bishop b7, rook b8, and now it's white's turn to think. Bishop c6, king f7, so queen e6 maybe, queen e7. How will this game develop? Check, king f7, because if you go queen d7, the knight is hanging, so king f7, bishop g5. Knight d4, queen c4, knight e6, let's say rook. Okay, rook e1 I cannot play because this one is hanging, so I need to take on f6 first, queen f6, and then bishop. Okay, or I can play bishop d5 immediately. But then rook b5, or rook b4 is annoying, so probably bishop f6, queen f6, and bishop d5. So white is a rook down, which is a brave decision.
Brave decision.
Yeah. So this game is really interesting. What will white do now? Let's go full screen. Let's check who is super confident. So while that, how is our Paul doing?
I'm just checking. But it's somehow lost. Let me refresh the page so I can find it.
Okay, so we got so many votes that
But I have,
that it
yeah, that it's
went
crashed.
break-
The
yeah, it's
system is
crashed.
crashed. Let me check that one for you. And I have an interesting question for you. Here is Paul.
Okay.
Paul came back. Nergul Salimova is leading, definitely.
Okay, although
126.
we should take into consideration her current position,
Of course.
which is not
And
great.
please, guys, take a look at the Salimova's today's position. It's not really good. She ended up in lost position as she's trying to handle it right now.
Mhm.
So take a look at all of these games and then vote. And one interesting question from Chess Onion. Alojzije and Lena, imagine that you are a 2100 Elo chess player with just 1 hour of training available each day. How would you structure your training schedule?
So can you
Going
imagine?
to gym?
Can you imagine that you are 2100?
I can imagine, yeah. So I'm relevant here to speak, not you.
Yeah. Okay, Lena,
something.
take the spot.
Yeah,
The floor is yours.
The floor is all yours. So I will combine it with a little bit of playing, definitely, as I love to play the most, and I hate the work, but still you need to work some. So I'm the one who loves the work from the book. I'll take some, let's say, Averbach hand games. I'll take some Dvoretsky for mid game and for strategy thing, and I will just do 1 hour of each different day. And of course, the most thing that I like is tactic. So let's say that before sleep you can just go to chess.com right now, and when I was kid I had my book, and then I was solving puzzles blindly, of course, without board, just to get some sleep after that. And that's actually how you work. But when you say 1 hour, it's really, really, you don't have a lot of time. When you see, you cannot go deeply into the position, especially on the higher level as Alojzije is. Maybe for a female who is 2100 is enough, but still you need to dig deeper in order to become a pro. For amateur level, I would suggest to work a little bit on a book, a little bit playing chess.com or Lee Chess, and yeah, that's what you should do. And if you're asking Alojzije, that should be more than 4 hours per day, I guess.
Okay, I understand that people are working. Probably this question
Yeah.
was actually adjusted for people who are having like a regular duties, jobs, and job and everything.
Yeah,
I think that the main things that okay, playing online is fine, but I would say that main test of your improvement is over the board chess. So it will be ideally that you have some kind of neighbor, relative who is a little bit better of you, or you find someone at the club, and then that you play over the board, because I think that concentration when you are like sitting over the board in some club or some terrace without a mobile phone, that you really are thinking and you are putting maximum effort. While being online, sometimes we tend to do few things simultaneously, concentration, then you get nervous about your result.
Driving in taxi and play.
So
and
I would
talk.
say that online chess should be your like testing field, and don't be like depressed or like pessimistic because of your online result, because this is very normal. On this level, you cannot keep the concentration and your rating just improving all the time, so you will have some black holes. And I think it's very important to think, because these days there are a lot of videos, material, because
shorts
and one way knowledge transfer. I think it's very important. You sit down, you take some, as you mentioned, some book. It can be also video, but I want to figure it out myself. So for example, you mute it, you check the game, and then you are checking, you're thinking yourself, and then you turn it on once again. or you stop it, hang on, this is complicated, let me think what I will do, then check it, what's your proposal, it was bad, it was good. Also regarding openings, it's very important that you start collecting materials. So for example, you play a game, you learn how to input it, how to download, make a PGN, make your database a reader, or you can upload it to all those platforms, and then you say, against this opening I'm playing this line, let me try to remember. And then you start with one line, and you are building some material, and suddenly you have some useful openings, you are testing some lines online. So I would say that it's possible to improve, even being like long time in terms of regular duties. But one way is to be a chess fan. I think, Lena, we are chess fans, we like to follow chess. You cannot consider that by only following things that you will improve. It's fine, it's nice, it's good. Here you will get some tips. But
you need to sit and learn if you want more.
Yeah, you need to sit, because basically training should be your testing like process, which tests you that you are able to perform better when you are playing and when it's serious. But anyway, it's I say this like it's like tennis. When my tennis friends are asking me, how about chess? Well, it's like tennis. So first you start playing tennis, it doesn't work. Your ball is going way outside of the field, but then suddenly you get this muscle memory and everything, and you get this feeling. Same goes for chess. You start, and you need like some hours of play, of work, of I don't know, following, because this is the way you need to collect.
To get into your hand and brain. As every single sport and game. And then you say, this is the sense, and somebody has a sense of playing something, then you can say, I'm playing from guts or from feelings. And many players says that if they will play move from gut, that's actually the best move. And when they start thinking of a lot of lines and include brain there and ratio, then it's the move would be probably worse than you played immediately from your gut.
Yeah, and that's why people also hire some coaches, because today you have so much material, and it's important to find which material is
a good one.
Is the one for you, for your level. Yeah. Because someone can say, take that book, or go to check, or do the puzzles, but maybe for you it's not like a puzzle storm. For you it's maybe to sit and find 3 moves combinations, so to be able to move pieces in your head, to make some visualization. So that's why people are hiring coach. I'm also sometimes giving some tips to my students. So whenever your opponent makes a move, first you need to ask yourself, is there a threat? This is the way how you're avoiding blunders, because you get the right info or you get the wrong info. There are players, he plays a move, and then my students say, he's threatening to take my pawn on the queen side. Nobody, he's threatening to give you a checkmate on the other wing. Oh. And then when you know what is your opponent's threat, then suddenly candidates' moves are coming. Same goes of exploiting blunders. When your opponent makes a move, you should ask yourself, what is he threatening something? And next question would be, is he blundering something? Is he giving me some additional opportunity which was not there? This is also typical. You come to the chess game, you form a plan, 2 moves plan, you make first move of that plan, your opponent makes a big blunder, you can make a checkmate, you can catch the queen, but you have a 2 moves plan and you don't bother what is he doing. And then you make a second move of that plan and realize, hang on, I could have taken his piece. I could have taken, he was blundering checkmate. So I think those like small talks, small tips, that's very important during the game, how you focus on the right things. People tend to think that Magnus Carlsen can throw all the best moves instantly, all the best things. He knows in all the position what is best. Possible. No, he's getting information super fast. Here he wants to castle. I need to stop castle. Which moves are helping in that direction? That move. I can bring a rook. And suddenly he plays the best move.
He's thinking in patterns. So
patterns,
he knows
but
where
getting
to go.
a right info from the position.
From the board.
My structure is bad. Long term, I need to exchange the queens. And suddenly you have all those tips and you are finding the moves. So what I would encourage to think more about the position, current position, to grasp, to get more infos, not to think immediately about the moves. So which candidates move where, and then moves will come themselves because they are in a like the same direction as your plan is.
And even though it sounds like complicated, you need to see threat, you need to cover all the move, you need to think like that every single move. That somehow gets into your
My
mind.
students sometimes
And you just think like that. You just the way you think. It's
my
not even
students have a
complicated.
list. They come to the tournament. What is he threatening?
Do like this.
Yeah, what is he threatening? Is he blundering something? When you are having
And then you check,
No,
check.
not during it, but it sometimes
Gets into your
gets
mind.
into your mindset. And then I say, for example, they have an option to play queen b2 and then start doing something. I said, okay, good plan if the position was equal. If the position is equal, then some adventurous plans are okay. You want to outplay, you want to create. But you are a piece up or you are 2 pawns up. No adventures. Exchange the pieces, your opponent
Simplifies.
will secure the king because your opponent will then start to target. And those tips, I can go queen b2, but I can also play this safe move. Okay, we are in this mode, let's go into that direction. And that helps you.
Simplifying your
That
patterns
helps you.
and that helps you. By the way, somebody wants to check game number 15.
Okay,
Says it's really interesting position.
let's try to conclude, Lena, what's going on here. So we have it on the camera. So after queen e6, queen e7 was mentioned, and now how the line went. I said that we will go queen c6. Yes, queen c6, king f7. I expect. Okay, maybe first rook d1. This also can be an option, but I believe that bishop g5 will be played, and that some position of this profile, like bishop d5, rook b4, queen d3, and so on will happen. But please keep an eye on this game if something changes. So it's a board number 63, right?
62 or 63?
62, maybe you're right. And Salimova
62.
is 63.
Exactly.
And in that game,
62,
Nurgul is dead
63
lost, so we can expect Jan to win this game very quickly.
But not a lot of games finished, only a few draws and that's it.
Big respect to Slovenian chess, Slovenian Federation, because they have now Lavrencic only being 16 years old. Silver medalist under 20, Šubelj is here, they have some others as well, so yeah, some nice youngsters. Šebenik is a coach, Fedoseev board number 1, so it looks very promising.
Jordan made a draw.
Okay, let's go there, let's check how
Also Rasmus Vane made a draw.
So here I was actually expecting Jordan to be on a better side of this game.
But he's tired.
I don't know.
I'm always trying to give
yes,
some, to justify people.
I would go more into the direction that it's psychologically now. He was a bit shaken.
Of course he was. It was a blunder of the year, as you said.
Yeah. Really.
Of the century, you said.
Yeah, I think that Jordan would be really upset if he had blundered that thing, like on title Tuesday being on 50 seconds on the clock. Magnus Carlsen would be devastated if it was a blitz 10 seconds on the clock. Here it was a classical game. You have enough time.
He has 20 minutes.
That was really, really strange. So yeah, his opponent here, I think things started. Maybe already bishop e2 was not precise, maybe g4 was better, because after bishop c6 to speed up the process, if black, how was it, the black played, no, not here, yeah, a6 first, sorry, a6, let's say h5, knight a4, the same thing. If you take, then this b6 is the option. Actually, by the way, this a6 was very strong by Niklas, and kudos to him. I don't know if he's around, maybe?
Niklas?
Yeah, to join the studio.
I would love to, and an audience would love to hear from him.
So h5, knight a4. I think maybe that white might get an improved version here, and we will again get into this position where
Let
it's
me check
upgraded.
if he can be here with us.
Upgraded version. So black offered a draw, which was accepted by Jordan somehow. Even if he launches some top-notch novelty, still it doesn't work. Let's check the first board.
While I'm trying to catch Niklas. Cushion bet.
Yeah, we should put like pager on players or something that we can follow them, some special equipment,
Badge.
special service or something, and
Like
then
here?
yeah, that we know
Location live.
location. Yep. So what happened here?
So we do need 3 people in the team. Definitely.
Yes. So as I mentioned, this is something which suits Matthias' style. We might, if he is about to win this game, I think, Lena, that maybe we should offer an info how his tournament went in Petrovac, and also maybe when he became the European champion in 2022. So we will find results to tell you a little bit more about Matthias, because if he's winning this game, he will catch and overtake.
He ended up 40.
14 Petrovac, so
Yeah.
he's fighting also for the qualification
Yeah,
spot.
he's fighting. I think that the goal is to be in top 20, and if anything better happened, perfect. So I think that's the first goal from Matthias, and I would love to see him. Oh, he's making some faces.
How about his last game? I'm trying to recall, but I think he lost the last game.
Draw.
No, draw.
Kurkulos
Okay.
Artidis Tamatis, it was a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And Kurkulos is here as well playing good chess. Interesting, yeah. I guess they're all fighting for top 20. That's the main goal, to be seen at the World Cup. This is a really big thing. And the rest is, of course, for the money prize and for the medal. Medals are really nice. I saw them live. Finally,
Yeah, and
it's
actually
really, really
they're
cool. Unique.
exposed here at the
Yeah.
entrance.
That, and also plaquettes or trophies or however you like. It's really cool.
And
Kudos.
please check when you will have some time about his winning tour, or let's say winning way, when he became the European champion 2022 Slovenia. So that was very important, of course, for his CV, his career. I think that he raised his rating to 2680.
Gabi Sebastian was second at that time.
Yep.
Cool.
So how many points
He
scored?
had 8.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Sharic was third at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah.
Very nice. He has a really good tournament when playing EOICC. Very nice. But I'll find his opponent. You just jump
I
to
think you can
Wikipedia
press
really
maybe
fast.
just.
I pressed and nothing happened.
Sorry,
yeah.
my bad.
You know that I'm fast. Maybe sometimes even more than I should be. Okay, results.
So let's get full screen. Let's see how they are doing.
Here you go. Now I have it. Fast enough. Wow, impressive result. First draw against Spalir, which was not good start. And then 2, 4, 6 in a row wins. And then easily 4 draws and easily winning a first place. Let me see. Was he alone at the first place?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, he clinched the
I
title.
think he was.
Or maybe sharing with Gabriel. I think he was sharing with Gabriel.
Yeah, exactly. So only those two share, but let's see the gap at Gabriel. He played on first board and made a draw, and then the additional criteria pinged him to second place, and he has also really nice
So my
tournament.
point was that you have this in your CV.
Yep.
European champion. Okay, that usually helps to be a little bit more relaxed. You could sense that Šarić is, it's not so nervous.
Because you was here.
Yeah.
you got the trophy, you now just love to enjoy chess and fight for rating, for maybe World Cup, and the trophy, okay, it's okay to go for somebody else as I already have one. Not me, but they do. Amazing, cool.
Yeah, so let's get the board, let's just check what has happened. So from my point of view, let's say that, okay, this was fine, but this knight c6, knight e7 was a little bit strange. Okay, d6 is a normal way to go. d5 probably the best way, but he didn't want to go into this position maybe. And then e5 is possible, those lines with d4 stuff, if you take with the queen, then rook e8. Of course, as I said, I don't want to do it ex cathedra, that I'm giving some lessons to Jufa. He's much better player than me. But the thing is, like from a commentator, I would say that I've noticed some decisions. Okay, maybe he's much better in some other position. I could maybe fight with some.
But maybe another quick lesson from you. If I play d6, so I wonder always, should I go for knight c6 or knight d6? Maybe
usually
knight
d7 is the idea when you combine
knight
with
d7
d6.
yeah.
So he wants to go on this knight c6 because he's provoking d5 at some stage, and then his point was the bishop when the pawn is on d7. If you take, I'll be able to take with the d or f, so I won't have a weakness on e6. So that's why he's postponing the d6. Jobava would play d5. I know that he was playing this kind of things before. Okay, so still I think that a5 needs to be included. At least it's much easier.
Being the stronger side, yeah.
It's much easier when you do it. Okay, and then he played this knight f5 and knight e4. Maybe still he needs to wait for a while here, but this is not so easy position. So he went for this knight e4. I would say that he wanted just to make a mess. He already here.
If you don't push d5, I'm gonna push d5 in that position.
But now it's very tough, because now this bishop and everything, this really looks dangerous. So that's why b5 was a practical way of handling things, but it's dubious. But actually it paid off, because white was not ready to play this.
I'd love to have Matthias in studio, by the way, at one point. And please check 15, because they're like eager to know.
Fourth, fifth, no, maybe like fifth player you're mentioning that you would love to have him in the studio. Okay, so guys, put the list, please count the names of Lena's. I would love to have them in the studio.
And speaking of which, please take a look at the 15 board, Gumudar Simon. After that one, if you.
So this was actually the issue, and maybe that was very inspired by Jufa. I like this knight g5. Now maybe I'm changing my mind. Let's see. Oh, rook c4. This is really a game. So knight g5 was something I was expecting. No, this was actually very interesting by Jufa. He wants to create a big mess.
If he wins this one.
Knight g5, queen g5, g3, and now. Okay, so knight h4 doesn't work. What else could I do? If I go knight g3, takes, queen h4, queen f2. I need to play queen somewhere, and then can I bring my rook? I'm not on time because I can sacrifice the queen, maybe. Yeah. And white is winning. That was maybe something which actually Matthias. Okay, this is typical practical game where players are counting on psychology. So I love the way how Daniel is handling it now.
He seems calm.
So that was the concept. Knight e5 was played by Matthias, and then came this bishop g2, brilliant I love it. I'm changing my mind now and think that Daniel is doing a fabulous thing. This is the idea. If you go f3, you're dropping the queen by fork. So how do you stop? If you go here, checkmate. So only way is to place something on the diagonal, and now he will take, and we will get into this position. I love the way. Okay, so now I completely changed my mind. So let's say that here this b5 was a fabulous try. Maybe d takes e6 was a mistake.
He's ready to play.
In hindsight, I completely changed my mind. Maybe cb was practically easier to play.
But he wanted a mess.
Okay, white was actually, I think, underestimated. I think that Matthias was underestimating what Daniil is there to show. And actually this was a really fabulous thing. I love it. I love it. Rook
Why
c4.
simple?
No, this
But
is
you can do complicated.
3 sacrifices in a row. So now when I'm digging this, sometimes I'm giving some answers super fast because I need to do it. I'm praising what now Jofa is doing. This is one of the best combination of the moves which I saw for a while. So for example from this point, d5, something, as I said, I'm not sure that I've seen for a while. b5. So I think that already here, I would love to ask him that question. How far you went from this position to this position? Okay, b5 is a tactical motive.
I was about to ask, what is the end position?
So I think that he spotted this bishop g2 already.
You think?
Maybe rook c4. Okay, maybe not. Maybe here rook c4 and this everything was fabulous. Fabulous, really. Big kudos. Let's go full screen. Let's check it.
Matthias looks surprised.
No, now he's struggling a bit.
Yeah. But it's even hard to evaluate the position. It's a complete mess. Complete mess.
Very complicated.
It's hard to foresee result here. He's really, really brave.
No, this combination of those moves
is really, really brave. Can I say that I would love to see him in the studio?
No, I think not. But maybe people will...
Guys, make a list. Make a list for me and I'll bring him. Or them. This is crazy. Should you start asking Vichy Sokolov?
No, not yet. Not yet. But yeah, awesome.
Amazing.
Awesome thing. So how is the chat doing? Any questions in chat?
Yes. Who is the best tennis chess player in the world?
Best tennis chess player?
I mean, who is a professional in chess, but who is... I answered Alojzije. And then
no, because I lost versus Mazet. Versus Mazet I lost, but it was hard court.
Hey, somebody mentioned Mazet.
Yeah, he kicked my butt.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Which gyms are best at tennis? Maze?
Yeah, Maze, Maze.
you're right.
Greetings to Sebastian.
Greetings to Maze.
Yeah. He plays
my
all
answer
the
was
time,
wrong.
but thanks for the. Okay, no. The best GM at the hard court, it's Maze. We don't know other courts as well. So I was meant to play versus Tregubov, but Maze is very good. But I heard that Paichadze plays well. I'm not sure this is correct, that he has a tennis court.
Paichadze, the Georgian
Yeah,
player?
that he has a tennis court at
that
his
would be
house or
nice.
next to. These are the stories. Someone said that Isik Jan is playing, but I don't know that.
And we
I
can
played
try
with
here.
Melkumian in Zagreb during Tournament of Peace, and also
You
in...
need to try me as well, just to be sure to, I think that I can handle at least 1-1.
Yeah, okay. Why not?
Why not? But don't cry after if I win. And I will let my audience
Don't
know. I know
cry
you're gonna
for
cheer
me.
for me.
Argentina.
And I'm still pushing board 15 and 28 because
Yes.
I love my audience.
Let's check.
Please,
This is
please.
fabulous thing. We will follow this one.
Yeah,
but
this is
let's
crazy.
go with the camera to board number 15. Oh, this is truly
Yeah,
crazy.
that my guys talk about.
Yes, let's get the board back.
Gumular Simon and Raven Vogel. You mentioned him.
So, London these days is super popular. Yeah, London was calling and I was actually speaking about different things. So London is calling. Do you like The Clash
Yeah,
as a band? Cool.
not bad at all.
Yeah, they're very good. I like them.
You like every single romantic band.
Yep, so hang
Oh.
on. What is this system to place your
Is this
pieces to lose?
How do you call the game? It's not dice, it's
Checkers.
checkers. With the whole pieces.
Yeah, why not knight g5 to stay with the piece, because g5 bishop e5. Don't get it. So okay, he was in super sacrificing mode.
Wow. Everybody is in
F3.
super.
So
They get
everything
some rest and look at the mess.
everything is hanging, and then you realize that f3 is the best move. Okay, this is really interesting that suddenly you realize that you can play f3. So you are allowing this.
This is so interesting.
So you don't want to save the piece. I don't know.
Why?
To play the piece on because e6 is coming. So maybe you cannot save it. Okay, so you don't want to play this. This is interesting. So you're just putting. So instead of saving the piece, top priority is the pawn. Hang on. And now, not bishop d7. Rook g8 was played after. Rook g8, now you are deflecting. And this summer tour has finished, and white is actually not doing bad because he will collect another pawn and we will have two pieces versus a rook and three pawns, but this knight is really cutting the position on two. So I don't know what will happen here.
But it's really weird position.
Yeah, there was also interesting game, for example, from Pretke. We can also switch to that one.
47.
Yeah, but he won the game.
Oh, that's unwise.
Yes, very. So this was this Queen's Gambit. FG. Usually, as I mentioned, when your opponent starts to run with his king to another wing, you just open the doors. This resembles Pragnananda Sarana YKZ this year, Tata Steel. Now king started to run, queen a3, cutting it. Okay, pairings, of course, the rating
It's
difference
really nice
is
move.
really huge. I love this because if you take, then this one is coming.
Really nice move.
So,
Very quiet move, but still.
okay, that was an easy day in the office for Pretke. Rook c8. No, queen f6. and
RxA doesn't work because
yeah,
knight
but
is-
maybe it works, and then
It's
rook
another
b1.
idea, yeah. Probably yes. No, it works.
Okay, very easy win for Pretke. Then there was an interesting game.
25.
Heberla. Can we check that one, please? Or you want to 25? Who is playing 25?
25.
Ponomarev.
Yep. And
Yesterday we went together.
Where?
Yeah, for this 3-day organized tour to Haji Academy, but we will touch this topic a little bit later.
Sure.
So let's stay here for a moment. This is typical Sicilian where white is pushing. This is how I call it upgraded English attack, because usually you play first f3 and then g4, but here they're just postponing, and before no one was playing a3, but engines and computers suddenly started to advise this as a necessary move. And this is the point, so I'm not playing English attack with f3 because I will push f4 in one go. Rook h3, typical defense by Ponomarev. And also why we don't develop this bishop to e2 as c4, d3, because you will exchange it on c4 anyway.
Eventually.
More important is bishop e3, but what is interesting that even this position, before it was a blasphemy. Come on, to surrender the dark square bishop, no way. But also this position, it's very tricky for black. So before you would stop analyzing and your opponent wouldn't allow you, so he would immediately move it.
Turn back.
But these days
Modern chess.
engine says, okay, you can even
give it
surrender this one, and suddenly you need to work on that as black. G6. Okay, this is a mess. I
We
think
have a lot of messes.
they know each other quite well, because Ruslan lives in Spain,
Which town?
in Bilbao,
Nice.
Basque.
Very interesting
Town.
football club.
Yeah, have you been there?
No, only
Yeah,
to
they have
Barcelona.
only local players. This is interesting.
Only local
They don't
players.
have foreigners.
That's why I cheer for them.
Yeah, now
That's
they
cool.
have this superstar Nico Williams. Rook d1 instead of castle, so Ponomarev was hesitating. In his former days, long castle would happen.
Immediately.
Yep, but these days he's a little bit more careful. So how is he doing? He's a bit uncertain. He left,
Shaky.
so knight e4, bishop e4, bishop d6, and now it's black's turn to move somewhere, move up with this game.
We have a lot of crazy games.
Yeah,
Really
let's say rook
interesting round.
d8. This is a reasonable move. Let's say this kind of thing might happen. Once again, Ruslan is a legendary player, world number 4 or 6.
We had him on pole.
Yeah, I think former
I think
world.
4.
Yeah, FIDE World Champion. Yeah, probably this game will move with this. Number 6.
66 you want the check.
Yeah, but let's stay here for a second. Let's go full screen. Rainer had a tough game versus David Anto Hiharo. Right behind him is Chigaev. Paichadze lost versus Sargsyan.
Yeah, that game's ended, I saw.
Yeah, very
And we
quickly.
just mentioned him. Was that the tennis one?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's get the board back. So that game
Again,
finished.
sharpie position.
Yeah, so it was this French defense f6 that was already played. Okay. Still looks normal. Some bishop f3. He took on e6. Yep. Still looks normal. f4. Maybe here already bishop f3 was needed, and then let's say to create some mess, queen b3, b4, whatever. So this, I'm not sure about this. Okay, f4. I don't know. Maybe I cannot play bishop e3, maybe I can, but f4 looks strange to me. Okay, b5. So he wanted, why not, for example, bishop d6. He played b5. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, he wants to, so if c4 is coming and your queen is trapped. So this is actually a very interesting moment that you cannot, probably you cannot sacrifice. I guess you cannot, queen e6. Maybe that was an option for white. So he went for rook f2 and to exchange the queens. Okay, exchanging the queens was probably fine enough, but he didn't want to go for it. Ooh, knight d1. Maybe this was wrong. Is some b4 working? No, bishop b4, and I'm not in time to sacrifice anything, and bishop c5 is coming. Yeah, you don't want to make those kind of moves, so maybe it's already bad. Yeah, actually he got outplayed by Shant very easily. Nice win by Shant.
Very nice. Nice and clean.
Yeah, then we have Ido Gorsten versus Rasmus Wane.
Yeah,
Edis Gurel is totally winning.
Really?
Yup. Let's go with the camera there. So it's our board number 14. It's just next to, it's very close to this one. But let's go to board number 14. Chigaev is under heavy pressure. But let's go to board number 14. How is our Edis Gurel doing?
He's always in the same position, very focused.
Let's go full screen. I don't know how Erdogmus is doing.
Igor is also calmed.
Yeah, Erdogmus is winning versus...
under pressure for the whole game.
It looks very promising for Turkish players.
Why I remember that you wanted to check 60, yeah. Haberla and Tudor's Henry Edward, you wanted to check that game, just keep that in mind, 66th. Yeah.
Let's get the board back. Let's see the problems in Black's camp.
A lot of problems.
Okay, he's thinking to exchange the queens or not to exchange. Is there any chance that he makes a breakthrough? Okay, but he's pawn up.
And we talked about flexibility.
Stable advantage.
Maybe he will exchange queens.
Anything in chat? Anything additionally?
Board 14. Samonenko is totally lost, he says. Somebody wants board 28. Again, they're happy today about your lessoning here. They said that they should double down your salary for today because of lessons, for me, for them, for everybody. We have a lot of people right now, very cool.
Yeah.
His emails will be double for 8 for today.
Yeah, no need, but thanks for that compliment.
Yeah, that was really cool. We have a lot of instructive things from you today. So yeah, only 28 left from their side, and you wanted to check 66th game. So if you
Henry Tudor or which one?
There was 66 Henry Tudor, and 28 is...
Let's go with the camera to board number... Okay.
28 is Pichon Picoela.
63rd one was won by Jan Schubel. Here Queen G6 was played by Gurel. 66 Henry Edward Tudor is okay. He's fighting, being a pawn down, but he's super long time. So let's get
the camera
that board, because if I'm not mistaken, they're
board number
they are in the aisle, so it will be easy to find the right angle. Yeah.
So 66.
Which opening was that? Sicilian, Najdorf.
Again, sharp position. Wow.
So he included this
What?
very nice, very cool sacrifice. You take knight d5. I love it.
Ah, that's the...
Awesome
okay.
play
You
by...
can never eat on b5 and catch that bishop.
If you take, then the
I was shocked.
issue is queen b5 check. This is really okay. So from the beginning, so of course after queen d5 this one is hanging. If you go, I don't know, bishop d7, bishop takes on c4. So here maybe already, I don't know, some bishop e6 was maybe a little bit better move, but I don't know. And then came this bishop c4, bishop b5, brilliant. And you cannot take because of queen, knight c7. And that's it. Oof, oof. Tactics, tactics. If I take...
They get some rest, they had
Yes.
3 days, and look at the games.
It was awesome.
And I remember that there was a boring game so the last day because they were all tired, and then look at this. This is crazy.
Fabulous game. So let's go full screen. Let's check.
I checked Bartolome peak, 2580.
Yeah, he's
almost
my
2600.
generation
He's your
a
age, yeah.
bit.
He's really young.
But Lome or...
Fiberla.
He's very young?
He's very, very young. Just kidding. Trying to make you feel nice with
Yeah,
us.
keep up with
No.
that good work. I like this.
39
Compliments
years
are
old,
always
Grandmaster. Yeah, always
more than
good to
welcome.
hear,
Yes.
yeah.
I think that you have it enough in the
In the
chat.
pocket.
No, in the chat, so
In the
it's
chat
my
as well.
time a bit to get at least one.
What core do you prefer? Grass or clay?
Clay.
Clay. It's
Clay
better
court.
because the ball is moving slower a
Yeah,
bit,
and you
and then
have
you
some
can
time
see
and
you have challenges.
In Croatia, it's not so common, and basically
In
to
Serbia
have
as well, you
yeah, to
have
have
grass
grass
at all.
courts, you really needs to invest a lot
Yeah.
and take care of that.
And imagine how expensive it will be to pay for one tennis match when it's, grass court. 160 votes against Salimova Nargul, even though she lost, I think, already, isn't it? She's still leading our poll. The second place
I
is
think we have some
Romanian star.
Norwegian fans. Greetings to them. I was playing last year in Norwegian League. I was invited my dear friend JJ, Göran, Aulin Jensen. Now I'm trying to pronounce correctly, and I'm not pronouncing it. Yeah, JJ, and yeah, it was nice. We had a dinner with Magnus' father, Henrik. I've been there where the part of Oslo where he was born and raised. So it was
Oslo.
nice.
That's how they say.
Yes.
So then you need to check board 5.
Yeah, it's so hot here, but we will
So we will
survive.
survive somehow.
Yeah.
It's not easy in our...
Yeah, sometimes during
broadcasting
cameras
room.
and all those lightnings.
And being nervous, it's not easy to be under the spotlight for the whole day. Kudos to us.
You started to make
A lot of kudos
compliments
today.
on higher
Yeah.
level.
Okay, Maxime and Paul Welten, we spoke about them. They made a draw.
Maybe we should move a little bit our camera down so that you could have a better feeling of the board.
Yeah, this is interesting game, really. 28, they told us. Alan Pritchard pressed a lot. His opponent Tobias, so we can take a look
Okay,
at
it
later.
will take some time, but we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. We are getting
It's
a better
interesting game.
angle. I would move it a bit more, not zoom it, but just trying to see the edge of the board a little bit more. Yeah, Tudor Henry Edward, royal name, very cool.
Yeah. Tudor Henry Edward.
And he's very good. He's very talented. He played. We can check maybe his tournament in Petrovac, Lena, because I think he was doing very well. He made a draw, if I'm not mistaken, versus
Good tournament. Ivic Velimir?
yes,
Bakro?
Bakro in the first round.
game.
That was very easy.
Nice.
draw from his side.
And then he lost against Hakobian. So he has total of 6 points, which is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. It
For
was
kid.
awesome.
Yeah, 15 years old, come on. Really good tournament, and he ended up 125th, because this is a really strong tournament. But the rating was 10 plus. Congrats to Tudor.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. Very, very good
He's
player.
one of the cutest in the playing ball.
He's coached by Ivan Sokolov, by many others. So, of course, okay, so being only 1 minute on clock, it's time for him to stroll around. Okay, that was cool.
What was that on chair
I don't know.
behind him? We'll see again.
Okay, so maybe it's a moment that we just get the board back. So first board, let's see.
The most interesting moment is approaching, guys. I hope that all of you will join right now.
Played. Ufa is thinking. Our second board, we have some kind of King's Indian, but Kuzubo is really long time. Board number 3, they are actually steering the game towards a draw, but Jobava is still very focused. Gabriel Sargsyan is putting pressure on Lodici, but Lorenzo seems to be doing very well. Tari versus Dudin, okay, this game will last for a while. Velte made the draw versus Maxime Lagarde. So what happened here? Very interesting game.
Again, sacrifices.
Knight f3.
Cool stuff.
Yep.
Is that perpetual?
Yes. Yeah, of course he could have make it immediately, but he was just moving a bit. Okay, interesting. Cool. Draw Svane versus Moradli. It seems that let's go with the camera there. This is our board number 8.
Exactly.
Because there we will have a mess.
And we can try to catch clocks
and Martirosyan is actually also putting some.
This is also crazy position. There is nothing normal today.
Yeah. The virus has spread it. Yeah. Muradli. So so what happened here? So f5. Yeah, he should have taken to on f6. I think this is you're obliged to do so. Short castle combined it. Okay, he got outplayed.
Nice dance with the rook.
He got outplayed by Muradli. And now he's really long time.
Somebody's watching us from somewhere where it's 12:06 p.m. Thank you for watching us that night.
Maybe Indonesia.
That late. Probably. Probably. And somebody says go to 45, it's 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we have many
We're
2
trying.
minutes now.
Yeah, we are trying to be everywhere.
Yes.
And I'll do my best to push our GM to analyze every single game, but yeah, we cannot do every single one. We'll try to do.
If I can notice that that free day also impact you as well.
Oh,
so you are super boosted. You are full of energy. Yeah, I don't know. It really helps you.
It really helps
Guys,
everybody.
I don't know, have you noticed this, but Lena looks like...
You had a poll and I was at I went here, I came to you and Sandra, and I said I will be in Constanta, and then you two says, wait a second, read the other two, and I was like, okay, Spa, and then I was in Constanta and in Spa. That's my thing. Why am I energized today?
Yes, you're energized till maximum. Very good. We like.
Is there going to be any other free day?
We will find one extra for you. Okay. So
some people really choose violence today. They woke up and choose to be choose to have Sharpie violence game. Yeah. It's crazy.
So what's going on? So why is now Muradli thinking? Okay, so he's thinking to play that kind of stuff, but he spotted this knight f2. So he's trying to find a way how to make a breakthrough. I believe that he will think for a moment. Let's go with the camera a little bit down, just the board next to. Let's see how Martirosyan is doing. It's our board number 9, then we can maybe have them both. So here it looked like a normal positional game. I mentioned, okay, this is very instructive, guys. Try to learn from Dieter. Nisi knows how to play those positions. Take a look now how he handles. So why this b3? This b3, the idea is, for example, if you go like this, then this can be really tricky at some stage. And then a6, b5 starts to roll. That's why Hayek is playing this b3 to stop this c4. And when black plays b5, he will always take and make an isolated pawn structure. King f8, very nice move. Very nice move, protecting the queen. g6, d4, very instructive, very instructive. I love the way how he handled that, because if you go queen d6, then dc5 is a tempo. That was Hayek's idea. If you go queen d8, knight c5, again some tempo, tactics, firework. So that's why takes and b4. But hang on. This looks that Hayek completely misplayed it. Okay, so that's a mess. Queen c3. This in his best. Nisi at his best would have made this move and then some messy play, but these days he's trying to choose a safer route,
which is normal.
Yeah, and this looks very complicated. Hayek is thinking. At the board next to we had Muradli played the move I was mentioning.
Oh, he took on b3.
Yeah. And it's unclear.
What is he playing right now? And this is really, really
not
crazy.
Not to forget our first board.
And not to forget the 45th. It's really crazy because he has only less than 1 minute and he has a winning position, Alvaro Cell. So we can take a look at that one as well.
Yeah, but we won't be able to handle. Which one is that?
45. That one.
Okay, he's completely winning, but as you mentioned,
only 1 minute.
It's a time trouble.
Do you love to watch time travel? I hate to be in time travel, but I love watching it. I like to have popcorns and then I sit. I especially love to watch Sandra because she's always in time travel from the beginning. And then I'd get my popcorns, turn on my ECU TV and watch her.
So at least one viewer is always there.
At least. Now you know my hobby.
Very good. So no, but black will now burn some time. So let's go to our main boards. Let's follow our top boards. How what's going on here? So after CB, Matthias is thinking. Second board we have Kuzubov. Really long time, 2 minutes for like 20 moves, 15 moves. Then we have Robert. Okay, this game is steering towards a draw. Here Blubom just made a move. So he played what? Bishop c1?
No, c takes b.
Bishop c1, I think that was played.
You're really good. Okay. I told you were young. Bishop c1 played. Nice. Who would you rather be now?
Oh, good question. This is a really good question. I think that it's easier to play it with black. Engine is saying that it's better for white, but I think if now he plays this rook c8, rook c2 stuff, I think
and
that
king is
it's hard to play this position with the white pieces, but maybe I'm wrong. Yep.
But you are never wrong.
No, come on.
Jufa is preparing to play. What about, how many moves there? 20, also 25.
So 15 more moves.
Here as well.
So Jufa is thinking, rook c8 played.
Come on.
And then rook will go to c2. Now
It's like you can see future. You know all the moves.
Would take on b4, rook c2 would happen. I'm pretty sure that this position will happen. And now some move. I don't know which one. Something with the pawn. Let's say like this. Okay, he will stay put for a while. Okay, bishop g5 now is at rest, so I'm not allowing that. King h1. Okay, but we will get into that position, which maybe now, when I see this queen b4 and after rook c2, bishop d2, king h1, maybe it's not so dangerous because I will kick this knight from g5, dominating position.
Where to go with knight? It's not easy.
Queen b4. Let's go full screen. Maybe also we can get the board above them. Yes.
Now it's a crucial moment. My favorite part of the day. If I were you guys, I will make some popcorns and sit with us until the end of this game. En masse. I know they feel nervous and it's not nice to be in their skin, but it's cool to watch. What to do? Bishop c2.
Rook c2, bishop d2. Bishop d2, yep.
Bishop
and
d2?
Yeah,
that's again, rook c2, bishop d2.
And now it's black turn, and I'm not sure which is a useful move to keep the tension.
He needs to include queen somehow.
Yeah, I don't know which is the useful move now.
3:30, so
3 minutes. Yeah, let's zoom a bit. Maybe we can get the clock as well. A little bit, just a little bit.
But just tiny.
Tiny zoom.
So we can see their faces as well, but also clock.
Crucial moment. I think this is a critical moment. h6, something, I don't know which is a useful move. Matthias is aware. Matthias has solved his problems. I'm not sure where Jufa got wrong. Yeah,
no,
maybe that was
like
a precise play. Okay, no, don't need for zoom. It's fine this way.
Okay, he played h6. Very peaceful move from Jufa. Exchange down. Guys, do you believe in Jufa? Does he can make some turnover? Henry Edward Tudor, the kid who made 100 move draw versus Sadio. Nice, thank you. Okay, board 15 is interesting as well. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying, and we are trying to be everywhere. So there is a sacrifice on board 15. We can check that as soon as possible. There is a nice
H6 was the only move. Now King H1 will be played by...
Wow. It's really interesting on 15. Everything is falling apart in this period of game.
So do we have any... How is the situation, current situation in the games?
Here. Let's check.
So let's say that Bluebomb is now maybe like in safer situation. Kuzubov is a mess, they're long time, we will combine it. Jobava is probably making a draw versus Kovhannisyan. Sargsyan pressing a bit, but not much. Dudin has managed to get maybe a game. His pawn down, his exchange down, but maybe a normal game. Svane now all again misplayed it a bit. We will check that one. Haik versus Liviu Dieter, it's a mess. Šarić versus Vasilija. Stamatis looks complicated. So many positions. Edis Gurel won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Board 14?
Yep. We will check maybe.
We will check the game a bit later. He won the game. Okay, let me check what else we have. Not many games left so far. Okay, Grandmaster from Turkey, Mustafa Yilmaz also won the game against Jonah Willow. Then this is the first game that ended. Ahmadjada versus Travadon. It was draw immediately. Denis Kadric made a draw against Maxim Goroshko. Then we have Toivo Kainan, who made a draw against Romanian domestic player Alexandru Satilaru. We saw that Predke won the game pretty easy today, so that's pretty much the result so far. But what we do expect that in 20 minutes half of them will finish the game, because this is the most interesting part of the game.
Yeah, we will try to get this maybe after the time trouble, but at the moment let's focus
on everything.
Yeah. Here it's a mess.
Complete mess.
What
Playing
did
with the
he
queen
play?
somewhere?
Queen to
Queen to
E8.
E8.
Okay, he's trying. Okay, he's improving.
To win over.
Yeah, that was a good move, I believe. But still, Black is doing fine. Let's just check the second board, because there, it's really tough situation. From this angle, unfortunately, we don't see much. Let's combine it with the board just to show you this situation, but we will get back to... Yeah. So you can see that, unfortunately you don't see the clock, but it's 40 seconds. Let's go to the first board. This is our main target at the moment.
Vogel and Gumulas, it's very interesting piece sacrifice. Yeah, we know it. And we are following everything at the particular moment. Crazy game. Everybody is speaking about 15. 15 and 45. Both kings and castle. Okay, let's stay here. And check if any other game finished. Nope. A lot of games in progress. So it's messy in the playing hall. Everybody gets some rest. And now they decide to play, to sacrifice, to have some crazy games so we can enjoy and watch. And guys, we're trying to reach players for you here in the studio. It's not an easy job to do, as now it's time trouble. But we are trying our best. And here is famous David Lada taking a photo of us. Thank you so much. Okay, he played. He answered. Wow! He took on g5. Then in the h takes g5.
Okay.
But he lost that amazing knight.
But
No.
now rook d2.
I don't like that. Yeah, rook d2. Rook d2. The best one, I guess. I mean, if you said so, it's the best one. We're trying to reach everybody in the studio, and you can also vote and write who would you like to see as well. In the meanwhile, we are watching one of the most interesting games here on the first board. Jufa and Matthias are playing Blitz right now. And Jufa, if we can go a little bit closer, just a teeny tiny bit, because I need to see seconds of Jufa. They're on 31st move. They need 9 more moves to get 30 more minutes to think. And now it's crazy situation. So if camera can go a little more closer to clock, just like a 5 centimeters, that would be super great. Queen h5 played. Now there is a threat, knight g3, and then it can be draw, but it's easily to see, and Matthias is of course saw this threat. As Alojzije learned in our lessons, you always need to take a look at the threats every single move. If you're not doing that, you can miss and blunder like Jordan did a few days ago. So anytime and after every single move, just what is your threat? What is your threat? Ask yourself. How many time Matthias have? I think 5 and something, or even more, 9 and something.
So 10 minutes versus 1 minute. Of course, white is pushing, but still.
Knight g3 is hanging a little bit.
Let me just briefly check other games. So Kuzubov versus Bledura. Kuzubov is really long time, so it's not possible to follow all the games. But
yeah.
So Tari versus Dudin. Tari has managed to outplay him.
Yeah. Jim.
Yep.
Madam buddy.
Svane. Okay, here. Yeah, maybe we should get the camera to that board. So it's a board number 8. We will combine it with our board number 1. So here, board number 8, I see that Svane is really struggling. Next to him is Nisipeanu, who is fighting. So here white is of course much better, and he's not risking much, but it's possible to go wrong. Let's check how Svane is doing, if we have a camera on that board. Yes, we have. Maybe we can zoom it a bit so that you see the clock. And queen, rook h6 played. Rook h6 played. And now Muradli is about to make a move, rook c2, I guess.
What a tournament for him.
Yep, very good view.
Very good view, thank you so much. Less than 2 minutes for Svane, he's already nervous. Playing with hair. And Muradli seems really calm. Now we have a board.
Yeah.
Cool. If the board can go a little bit up, so
No,
we
it's
can
fine,
see.
I think that we see, yeah.
I'm afraid it's going to be down and then
Don't
the clock
touch
will
anything.
be covered.
Don't
yeah, just
touch
don't touch
anything.
anything. He played. What about this move? I guess it's okay, huh? Or not.
D3.
What is the idea?
So rook c2 he didn't want to make because after...
Why?
I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe d3 was also reasonable alternative. Now white is thinking to exchange the queens, to take on e6, then he'll take on g4. You please follow the first boards.
Yeah.
What's going on there? u5 is dead lost. Let's just combine it for a second. Let's go there. We will come back here. Let's see blue baum. Blue baum is about to win.
So we move for like a 2 minutes and then the whole position teared apart. Rook e1 played. Let's see if Yufa can do some magic here, but it's really tough position. And Matthias is really experienced player. $27. 5 more moves. Actually for Yufa 6 more to complete the 40 move, which is required in order to give and to add 30 minutes on your clock, and he's far away from that. He played, okay, g6, g6 played. Now we have it.
Queen takes e6, and now he's about to deliver final blow. Queen e5.
He's pretty certain, you know, when they give that shake.
Yeah, he's controlling this
confirm,
g3 square,
which is really important. With the tempo, we check. Yufa is not satisfied, only 40 seconds left for him. It's just not easy to be on top level for the whole tournament.
Okay, he could have lost versus
Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is some kind of fear. Chess is always bringing you back.
So Matthias, he has started
with
2 wins, then made the draw versus Alva Alonso, then win versus Pansulaya, then draw with Yilmaz, and with the white pieces, if he wins this one, he has a perfect score with the white pieces. He's really one of the toughest opponent to play against if you are with the black pieces. Really Sutari is about to win.
As well.
Svane, unclear. He's really long time. Played the last move on 2 seconds. Martirosyan. Super complicated game. Let's go to Svane. Let's mix it. Let's go back to board number 8.
Cool.
Yeah, what happened here?
Okay.
Now it's...
Okay, he has bishop.
Okay, can he win this one? Or this will be a perpetual?
I think he will opt for perpetual. Yeah. Crazy game. Ended in a, probably will end in a draw. Navarra board has crazy position as well. Wow.
I'm not surprised with that.
I'm not surprised either.
So what's going on? They're repeating the moves. So let's go back to the first board. So let's see what Matthias is doing. He's about to find the winning.
Yeah. And he has time. Come on. 8 minutes. Almost 200 votes. Come on, guys. I know it's interesting, but vote as well. Queen c3 check. 40 minutes, 40 seconds. Unfortunately, not minutes. For Ufa.
He wants to play f4. So after king g5, this is his idea. So this is a checkmate.
Checkmate is down there. And
if you go here, another another checkmate.
Same.
Sorry, wait. So another checkmate with the rook this time.
Cool.
Yes.
And then
and
one
then
more
if you take, then queen d2, you need to cover. Since this is a checkmate, you need to cover with the knight, but then queen d4 just wins. So
cool.
Yeah, you can follow the game, but this will be a final blow. So he's about to make f4, and that actually just happened, and we will have a resignation.
Yeah, Matthias is really confident right now.
Yeah, that's it. He knows that. So we can move the board. Queen f4, and then
just remove the
queen d2.
Board,
yeah,
as we
and
want
you
to
will
see
see
resignation.
queen d2. Now that will be a final nail in black's coffin.
Kinda. Okay, he has black pieces.
And he realized now that
he's lost.
Yeah, he will resign. Tough
now
loss
or in
for
one more move.
Tough
I
loss
think in
for
one more move.
Ufa.
Very tough loss. Yeah, he just resigned.
Let's stay for a second here and then run. We can run to other games. Roxana
is closing
the
game. She had a birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, belated. We have a lot of birthdays.
Yep. Yeah, resignation. Let's get the camera of the second board. What's going on there? Black seems to be doing fine, but let's see what Jobava is doing.
Jobava had some kind of peaceful position.
Yeah, but it's still complicated. He's let's get the board back. So he's still thinking. He's far away from making a draw.
How many moves they play?
Bishop d8, so they need 34. To play like 6 more moves.
Interesting. There is a rule that always the 14th move somebody screw up position. And then you have 30 minutes more to see what have you blundered.
But I think it's more interesting board number 2. So just to conclude, Svane versus Muradli, that's probably drawn. And here let's switch the camera to board number, I don't know which one. This is
Navaras?
Yeah, which one is that? Okay, let's go to Šarić.
Okay.
Yeah, it's board number 10, right? 10? 10. Yeah, there we have a blunder. Something happened. Like it was sort of unclear, and then Šarić just... Now this last move was a huge blunder, and Šarić is winning. He has only 1 minute, so he needs to play queen d1.
Okay, queen is hanging, queen d1.
Yep. And Šarić is trying to find the winner. Killing blow, queen d1, 1 minute on the clock. Šarić is thinking.
Then what is the threat when he plays queen d1? What's the idea for black? I mean, he's kind of winning, but I don't see how.
I think that he wants to provoke if he goes queen d1, and you, for example, you have many options, but if you push, then knight c3 and suddenly you cannot come to d3.
That's why.
So if you... Oh, he took the bishop, which is probably also good enough. So he took the bishop, queen g5, queen d1, queen d5, and he comes back.
Maybe this, he wanted to simplify position because of the timing. He's a really experienced player, so he knows what is he doing.
So what's going on in some other games? So Kuzubov...
Navarra is 18.
Kuzubov is lost.
Kuzubov is lost? Oh,
Yes.
It was low on time.
Kuzubov is lost. He has 2 more moves. Badur is trying to make a draw. Svane will be a draw. Martirosyan made a draw versus Nisipeanu. This one we are following. Biera, this is a mess. Rothstein, who knows. 15, it's now just that winning for white. You mentioned Navarra.
Exactly.
Navarra is winning, I believe. I guess. Yeah.
Rook up. What?
Yes, he's a rook up. Amar versus Darda. Amar seems to be doing great. So we are following this one, and
Third board.
so Šarić is about to make his last move. So let's switch to the second board. So let's see, is Kuzubov capable to find anything? 30 seconds. Big fight ahead of us. How are others players? How is their Dogmus doing?
Okay.
Tudor versus Heberla. Our
This is complicated. Haik, Martirosyan, and Nisipeanu made a draw. Ivan is pressing, we saw that. Let's see, is anything else done that we don't know? Oh, Italy pressed on Radoslav Wojciech, that's interesting. David Navarro is completely winning. Ivan Chaparinov is not in a nice...
No, he's
I mean,
better.
he's better, but he's struggling, no?
It's a very good position,
Cool.
I believe.
Jan Malek won against Maxim Chigan. This is definitely not his tournament.
But we mentioned.
Yeah. Hakobian wins against Sabino Brunello. Niels Grandelius wins against Jakub Kosakowski. Then what do we have? Lots of games
Dogmus
finished.
won.
Ruslan Ponomarev won, our legend. Who else? Alan Pichot, that was the funny 28 crazy game, 28 board. Matej Shabanik draw against Alexander Donchenko, really nice. We mentioned him as well. Ihad Abbasov is completely winning. Yagi Skaner Dogmus won Sanjin Chulun, really talented Bosnia and Herzegovina boy. Yeah. Oh, Vasa Ivanchuk
Won the
won.
game.
Cool.
Yeah.
Won the game.
And how about
Emre Can won the game as well. Luca Moroni draw against Ataber Keren. Cool.
Kadric made a draw? How
that
about
was
this
before.
game we were following? This what did Ponomarev do?
Won.
Won the game.
He won.
We will check this. And Tudor, Henry versus Heberla.
Tudor, I saw him somewhere. Let me check his game.
So here
66.
black is really
Do we
long
have
time. We
something
don't.
on
If we could get the camera to board number 2, but okay, these are the last moments.
Oh, looks equal.
Yeah. So he's still playing. Schubel won, and that game we were following next to Schubel, Israeli player. Okay, here we have the last moment.
Hrvanishan burned 30 minutes in that draw position. That happens because we cannot really predict what is in their minds. They're
Yeah,
really prodigies
so I think now we should make a stroll with the camera to see what's left.
in the playing
Yeah,
court.
so this one is now, I think that here Yuri will be able to make a draw, so maybe let's go around to see who is going to play for a while. Let's see whom we can get into the studio. Let's go full screen and stroll around a bit during the playing court.
And see who's around. Of course, as every day, half of the playing hall is empty. Players are finishing their games. That first period of the game is maybe the most important. The second one is here for executing the win. But still, there are a lot of games played. I can see David Lada as well. I can see Romanian talented girl as well. I think her name is Daria, as I can recall. Yes, Daria Miruna Lehaci. Svan is here thinking, yeah, walk us through the playing hall. Thank you so much. Complicated position and game. I can tell you how is he standing. He's board number 8. He looks like drawish, but they need to think it's complicated. Then we have the most wanted game, 15 board, Gumular Simon. Really crazy position against Rowan Vogel. Gumular should be completely winning this one, but he needs to finish it. Here is Tamatis standing right now, and he's seating, writing the moves. So after the time trouble, players are always like going to refresh, to get some coffee, to get some water, so they can be ready for the period 2 of their game. Here is Sonis Francesco. I think he was lost.
Yes. Elmar.
Here is Darda. Darda is in a bit worse position.
Versus Amar, it might be even
complicated.
tougher.
Yeah, he has not the best tournament of his
pushing
life.
versus
Wojciech.
Yeah.
You can see Roxana in the background. Then the French young player.
Ceparino, so Maurizi. Ceparino just is going back to his position. That's his game.
There is a Swedish young player as well. Let me remind his name.
Gergely Kantor.
Trust Edwin. He's under 18. He has 24.57 rating. This is Trust Edwin, playing white pieces in this position, and he has lost position against Adam Kozak, Hungarian player, 2600, very strong. Let's move around to see. This is, I think, Kantor playing against, I think this is Eisenberg. I think he is 35th board. This is Sandra Djukic section at this particular moment, and behind is Alexei Sarana. He's also not having the best tournament. He is our favorite Giga. Let's hear his time. Stop here to give
No, I
time.
will tell you. I can
Please
tell
tell.
you. So Giga is having 1 hour and 22 minutes. Yeah, we can maybe go stop to board number 42.
42?
Yes. How was the game of Kollars?
I think they're still playing, but he's winning.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing against Daria. I'll check right now.
Yeah, he's still playing, but
they're still playing.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
game.
still not clear. She's fighting like a lion.
Yeah, congratulations for that. Very nice tournament for her so far. Yeah, we can see that arbiters are closing a lot of games right now. Here is Giga. Here is his
let's zoom
timer. Okay, Giga is playing against the link of Felix Antonio. Also guy in the section under 18. So he's the youngster. Giga has a lot of time on the clock. It's every single time. He's not like underestimating their opponents. He just play that kind of chess, the speed one. Let me check Giga's Blitz and Rapid rating. I guess it's a lot better because he's playing so quickly. Not a lot, but he's better. 20 to 30 points up than the standard one. 25.66 Rapid, 25.60 Blitz. Yeah, that's really interesting player. He's playing from guts, definitely, and he has a sense for chess. But I'm not sure if that's enough. You also should be patient when playing. And yeah, we can take another walking tour. Thank you for this. It's really interesting. We can see that really a lot of players finish their games. Giga's opponent is thinking, but he has only 3 minutes on his clock. And I think that this is in even their second period of the game.
Yeah, let's just get the board and briefly go to the games. So Kuzubov versus Gledura. I believe that this will steer to a draw. It looked better for white. Let's get the board back. This is Volokitin Godena. So it was slightly better for white, but then somehow white started to go back. And maybe he was never in danger, only here. 91 was a better try, and then to take on e4. But he was afraid of something, I don't know from which. Hovhannisyan, okay, this should be a draw, but the game goes on. Sargsyan made the draw versus Lodici. Very good result for Lodici and very impressive.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah, so here it was sort of normal, and then he decided to sacrifice the exchange, which actually he misplayed. So knight d7, he allowed this bishop to be some checkmating ideas, maybe.
How? Rook
For
h8.
example, let's say bishop c4, f5, king h7, rook d8.
Yeah, needs
And
to go
if
to king g5,
king
I guess.
h5 or g5, some e5 is coming,
Yeah.
king h5, bishop f3 is coming. So
Rook
that's
bishop here
actually
is
something
really-
which was missed, and then he needed to sacrifice two
exchange.
exchanges, yeah. And he got outplayed.
Here is Tudor.
Yeah, so Svane we mentioned,
On the
now it's
camera.
probably steering
Let me
towards
check how
the
is Tudor working as we are here. on the camera.
Šarić is sort of winning, he will find a way. Martirosyan, that was a mess,
Ended up
but
in a
then
draw.
ended up in a draw by repeating the moves.
Tudor is playing some equal position. He's on the camera right
Rothstein,
now.
okay, who knows? Gumular Svon, Pajchante Lots, Aymar versus Darda. Yeah, he's a healthy pawn up. This is World Junior. Maybe there are, sometimes that, you know, there are some players who have a high rating and everything, and when it's the junior encounter, then sometimes it's a psychological also, and you cannot play with your generation. So maybe it's a bit tough for Darda to play versus them. But actually he had a normal position, but somehow he misplayed it. H5 was maybe miscalculation.
Yeah, it's not his best tournament. Just when you
Bernatsky
end up
versus
in that mood,
Wojtaszek.
it's not
Bernatsky is winning. He's a very, very tricky player.
Bernatsky?
So, yeah, how is his tournament doing? Okay.
That's my job.
Making some draws.
a lot of draws, 4 draws and 2 wins. But that's, you know, stable player. He's trying to get into a top 20.
Here the things are
risk.
happening exactly as I'm mentioning, that you might end up in a pawn down, but you have 2 bishops, and this is okay. So let me check here. Okay, he didn't want to push c5. He was waiting a bit, and okay, normal game from Ivan. 2 bishops, and he's sort of pushing because he will get this one, but it will be a draw. Whom else? Hakobian won. Suleimani. You mentioned Ponomariev, so here we left around here. No. Yeah. Okay, that was super complicated position, and yeah, he just organized his pieces better. Whom else do we have? Jaime Santos pushing, better structure. How Chigaev lost. Okay, this looks much better from the beginning. So he was playing this King C Indian, and it just backfired. Yeah, that's about it. You mentioned, okay, Dogmus won. You mentioned that some players are still playing. Okay, I think we should... Alvaro Alonso, by the way, won. Deak is having another complicated position. Sarana won.
Another equal position. We didn't touch on that today.
Yeah, we will touch it later. Sarachi made the draw versus Lupulescu. Against whom Livajic, other Croatian player, is playing.
I'll check that for you. Jeon Yung Funk.
Okay.
57 board, if you want to check that.
Yeah, thanks.
Later or now.
Yeah, maybe we should go for a break. Thanks, Lena. We're coming back.
See you.
Noua Aqua Carpatica Flavors, un produs extraordinar căruia i s-a făcut o nedreptate și a ajuns să stea lângă sucuri. De ce nu ne-au băgat la detergenți, la geluri de duș sau la parfumuri? Mai bine ne-ar fi pus la cosmetice și noi hidratăm corpul, la iaurturi, că folosim fructe adevărate, la produse românești, avem cea mai bună apă Aqua Carpatica Carbo, la diete, că avem doar sirop de agave, sau la produse de import, că arătăm prea ca afară. În realitate, am fost etichetați greșit. Aqua Carpatica Flavors, apă minerală Carbo cu suc de fructe și un strop de agave. Puritate cu gust de fructe. Hai să nu mai facem etichetări greșite.
Știai că bulele din Aqua Carpatica Forte rezistă până la 8 ore?
Da, sigur.
Bine ai venit în galaxia Super Bula. Aici bulele nu sunt orice fel de bule, sunt super bule, mai mici, dar mai efervescente și durează până la
8 ore!
Bravo! Puritate, cu super bule. Aqua Carpatica Forte.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and when will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history, and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess. Gica, ne vedem din nou la o competiție de șah. Știu și am discutat și acum că tu consideri foarte important mentalul, nu doar în șah, și în fotbal și în toate sporturile, nu?
Cum ai zis, da, foarte bine. Mentalul e foarte important pentru că de acolo construiești tot și după aceea vine corpul care te ajută dacă e bine pregătit, dacă ai putere, dar puterea mentală e prima care trebuie să o ai.
Ai sute de copii la Academie, îi pregătești acolo, faceți și astfel de pregătire și mai joacă ei cumva șah, mai au plăcerea asta, cum era pe vremuri?
Trebuie să facă, depinde și de ei, de fiecare care e plăcerea care o au. Acum n-am, dar ar trebui să fie și m-ar bucura dacă ar face lucrul ăsta.
Te-am văzut zilele trecute primind cea mai înaltă distincție a statului român, încă emoționat, chiar și după atâta trofee, după atâta performanțe, mi s-a părut că încă erai foarte mândru și emoționat de trofeul primit. Cât de important e un trofeu? Și aici e o luptă pentru un titlu european.
A fost o zi, un moment special și cred eu că oricare era în acea situație trebuie să fie emoționat, ai emoție dar trofeele sunt pentru asta muncești, pentru asta te lupți, pentru asta te dedici în viață, pentru că, până la urmă, fiecare, oricine își dorește să câștige și totdeauna trebuie să înveți să lupți, să ai încredere în tine. Încrederea face parte din, cred eu că unul din punctele importante, să fii convins de ce faci, să ai încredere în tine ca să poți să ajungi să câștigi.
Transmite-le un mesaj celor care aici, aproape de casa ta, luptă pentru titlul european la șah.
Nimic nu e imposibil, totul se construiește în mintea fiecăruia, așa că trebuie să crezi în tine că ești bun și totul e posibil. După aceea, mult antrenament, repetiția creează automatismul și cu ea trebuie să te duci pentru că antrenamentul e foarte important până să ajungi la competiție.
Este o medalie clasică, având un diametru de 80 de mm, finisată prin sablare și patinare, personalizată pe spatele medaliei cu cele 3 locuri ale campionatului.
Un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim colaborări viitoare cu Federația Română de Șah. Să fie șah!
Pe mine ne onorează colaborarea cu această instituție de prestigiu a statului român, care a ales să ne ajute nu doar în cadrul acestui eveniment de campionat european, ci și în alte evenimente organizate de Federația Română de Șah.
Short break done. Crazy round, isn't it?
Yeah, first board was a really, I would say, interesting fight, but somehow Matthias Blubam has prevailed. And yeah, let's check
What's
another games. So we have Kuzubov
Second and
versus
third board.
Gledura. As I was mentioning, I do believe that here we will have a draw, but still there is some things
To move around
yeah,
here.
exactly. So black is planning to come down maybe with the rook. White is also thinking how to stop that, but let's say some like line which might happen is the following one. Check. Now let's say rook g2. I can force.
Is that, yeah, is
I
that
can force the
perpetual? Yeah.
perpetual. Yeah. So let's go full screen. Let's see, are they in that mode of perpetual?
Thinking. They kind of look. I check the time, 23 minutes. For Kuzubov, then Gledura has only 9 minutes. To remind you, this is second period of the game, so this is all they have left. Let's see what happened. Okay, Yuri played something. Yuri played rook e6. Interesting, because he wants to go probably... he wants to glue his rook, opponent's rook, to e8, so he cannot go. Maybe this is your line. Rook b2, rook e8, then rook f2, king g1. Maybe this is the line that Alojzije mentioned, just instead of his move, he played rook e6, which is maybe better. Drawish on that board, and then on Badura's board it's also drawish, but it's complicated. It's really complicated, it's not easy at all. So they will still play. And we had an interesting game on board number 8, Mohammad Muradli and Frederick Svan, and now it's a round draw, but still complicated position. So after really crazy games, we're left with a couple of games which are really complicated but look drawish. Opposite thing is Ivan Šarić. He pressed a lot with the black and he looks to be winning. But we will wait for him to convert. What else left? Daniel Dada is struggling a lot. He is absolutely in this, let's say, losing endgame. Also Radoslav Wojtaszek is struggling a lot against Vitali Bernatsky. Ivan Cheparino looked drawish, but he will probably push the win. And this is what we actually have left. Jaime Santos is a little bit better than Timothy. Who else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's now stay focused on the game number 2 and 3. So we can see how we'll end. So Benjamin answered with King f8. Okay, interesting. He's pretty relaxed. He has 7 minutes on the clock, but it's still enough for him. I think that this is not something that he cannot calculate really quickly. The position looks simple. Only a few pieces left. At least it's simple for Gledura, even though it's probably not simple for us or for me. But he's not afraid of the 7 minutes time trouble, let's say. Let's see comments.
Yeah.
Hello Tornike, welcome.
King f8 here.
It'll be funny if Jobava wins, he says.
Yeah, I think that we will have a draw here.
Yeah.
So let's maybe check how Jobava is doing
Because
versus
we're speaking of
Hovhannisyan.
him right now,
Yeah,
texting, about
Bishop
him.
e7. It's still complicated, but I believe that he will find a way. So here, yes.
Looks really complicated.
Okay.
The kings are completely out
Okay,
of the
so let's
game.
say that black wants to improve his king. maybe some rook, bishop d8, I'm threatening a6, king goes up, I give check. If you go up, then you can get checkmated, next move. So
Really nice.
yeah, if you go to h5.
Can I run to checkmate you on h6 somehow? To support h6 square with a bishop and to give you checkmate.
When?
When you go king h5, I was thinking if bishop is on f8, I can give you checkmate.
Yeah, but
It's nice, just patterns and, and images in my head.
yeah, so now I think that there are sort of
Tudor is walking around, yes.
yeah. So we will witness, I guess.
Draw.
Yeah, most likely. We can go full screen to check is Jobava ready to make a draw.
Tudor is back. They all have enough time now.
Let's go to the next board. Let's see how our board number 10 is doing. Okay, 8 first. Sorry, 8.
So would you go with Mohammed
Yes.
Muradli and Frederick Svane?
So
And
who
then
was
check Šarić?
actually declining a draw here?
Oh,
Okay, but basically he was not able to decline a draw because it's you cannot defend.
Yeah.
So he was forced to make this move. But this is very beautiful concept. Only move found
wow.
by black,
take,
and now I'm
push.
threatening a checkmate. And if you go with the king, then I'm threatening again a checkmate. And if
This
you go
is
here, I
beautiful.
can just start rolling the pawn. So it
You
was
can even
really
win the
tough.
game.
That was a huge effort from Frederick.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And so how can he save himself?
So after f5, bishop f5 was sort of necessary, and then king g1 when there is no bishop to protect this check.
That's the catch. What a move he found. I'm impressed. It's complicated again.
Yeah.
Is this played? Rook d6 last move?
Yeah.
Very tough game. Lots of turnovers here as well.
Yeah.
Ever since rook c2 and stuff like that until now, it's really complicated. And Šarić looks to be winning. He has a lot
Yes.
of time, 17 minutes.
This is very complicated.
Yeah,
I'm
this
trying
is
to
crazy
okay, I can
complicated.
wait, but then check, come up, you give check, I attack, you go to the other wing, and who knows. I do believe that black is not in a real danger, but this game will go on. And we mentioned Šarić. Oh, Šarić managed to dominate completely, so let's go with the camera, because I think that we will have him winning. So it's a board number 10. While we are waiting to get this position, just to check, Darda is dead loss, but still, okay, the game might last for a while. Navara managed to win this game, we mentioned this. Bernatsky is winning. Okay, so let's check this game. Šarić is playing, but okay, hang on. Let's go with the camera, please, maybe to check first how Wojtaszek
Looks.
Yeah, board number 19. I think it's just we could see it behind Šarić. He's very close.
19?
Yeah, but I believe that we will have a resignation.
Yeah, we can go there and see the last moments of the game, board 19.
Yes.
Here's the Spanish Grandmaster walking around.
Yeah, Jaime Santos.
He played it funny endgame. With 2 bishops against 1 bishop. And if we can reach board number 19, perfect.
Yeah, we can go full screen.
Vitalik has original card, name card.
Yeah, maybe we can outzoom it a bit to catch also Darda. It's not important now that we see the position exactly, it's more that we get the faces. So just to have both games which are in progress in that row, that's Amar versus Darda. Yeah, to outzoom it a bit, and then we will have them both on the camera. I think this is very good.
So
Henry Tudor.
Yeah, he's always watching interesting games. He just
that's it.
Quickly come and watch.
So what do we have in progress?
Let me check that. Hovanesyan Badur Jobava, of course, Fane Mohammed. That means something finished. Wait a sec. Oh, draw. Kusuba Gledura. They made
Let's
a
just
draw.
go briefly to the camera full screen. Okay, we have resignation,
here. Yeah.
Let's go full screen with the camera to board number 2 or 3. Our 3, yeah. Okay, from 3 we see.
Yeah, we can see whatever.
Yeah, okay, the game is just...
They're just leaving.
Here the game is still in progress. Just to get the board, just to update that this game Ori Kobo was playing and we were following that he just lost it. We left around here, and this was something. Instead of king f7, he went to d8 and somehow managed to organize, coordinate, and he was just a piece up.
Oh.
Yeah, so let's go here. Full screen.
Darda is also in trouble.
Yep.
Oh, he left with no pieces, but king.
How is Deak doing?
Where is Darda's rook? Oh, there. Oh my
A1.
gosh.
Without the rook, it would be a bit hard.
Bit tough to handle.
Yeah, maybe there.
I was thinking about that as well, but it's hard even now, even with that rook.
So we have a few games. We have a resignation.
Another one, so Darda lost.
Let's stay here for a second.
Darda
And
lost.
after this game, we will switch to Šarić. It's board number 10, right?
Board number 10.
Tough. Yeah, let's switch to board number 10 with the camera. Okay, so let's prepare. We'll have a guest. Just a second. We will prepare and okay, so let's reveal who is with us. Edis Gurel, welcome and congratulations for your win.
Thanks a lot.
How was your game? You were always super focused. So this was...
That was my words?
Hang on, previous round. This was this one. Okay, everything looked easy, but I know that it's not. You can move you can use this touch screen and move the game.
Yeah, okay. In the opening, I prepared this a little. Bishop c6, b6, d3, knight e7, knight b2. I guess this is supposed to be mainline, but this h4.
Let's get the board. Just a sec. Let's get the board.
Sure.
We
And
need
the screen, so our audience can see and enjoy your game too. So please, let's get it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Queen c7. Yes, Jobava was playing this. I think your coach Dragan knows it very well. Yeah.
I mean, he usually knows these positions better, but I also try to understand some plans. He played e5, which is, I guess, the most logical move to stop me from pushing e5, and Also his knight should stay on e7 just in case that it can go to g8. So I went h5 to stop knight g6. He went h6. I mean, I guess it wasn't necessary, but he was maybe afraid of me pushing h6, which is quite normal actually. Once you're preparing with engine and once you're, let's say, engineless in the game, you can't quite understand what white wants to do. So h6 is not so bad, but I mean, not helping black so much, I would say. Okay, I went queen e2 to just keep the position normal. d6. In knight c4 is one of the plans here to get f4 in the game. First I should move the knight on f3, but okay, I just wanted to keep it flexible. I didn't know where to go h4 or h2 now, so I wanted to decide later. He went knight g8, which is like the standard plan here and a really good move. Knight h2, yeah, as I said, the plan is to push f4 and black's position collapses quite easily actually once you don't know what to do. Knight f6, f4, yeah, already here it's really hard for black. Okay, engine says ef4 is best, which I was not expecting, of course. I was also thinking bishop e6 would be the best, like for sure I've played that. The ef4, bishop f4, like it just, you know, helps white a little bit to get the pieces in the game. Okay, you'll go bishop e6, but okay, I can go long castle. I mean, white's always doing really good, and if you just short castle, there's some plan with g4, g5 coming right up. So I don't think it's easy for black. What he did was quite standard, I would say. Yeah, he went bishop e6. I had to take on e5, otherwise, yeah, my advantage just completely, let's say, collapses. f e5. Okay, d5 is like the most logical move. d5 is such an engine move.
d5.
Yeah,
never
I don't
even
think
crossed my mind.
playing that.
Yeah, no, it's not the move. Yeah.
Yeah, d5. Okay, bishop d2 is just to improve the pieces and long castle. Knight d7. Yeah, he just wants to get his pieces into good positions, and probably he wanted to short castle. But I thought he would maybe long castle, so I just wanted to keep the short castle as an option. So I went knight f3, went bishop e7. Yeah, I went bishop a5 to kick the queen out. Okay, it's not the best way apparently, but long castle, I thought he would also long castle, and yeah, maybe now I can go bishop a5. But this queen on c7 looked quite powerful, so I just wanted to move it and also get my bishop to c3. Now I'm threatening e5, so... Okay, according to engine he has to give it, but I mean f6 is quite a logical move. Yeah, but the point with f6 is now it's allowing knight h4. I couldn't do that before because this bishop is just taking the knight, and that wouldn't be great for us. Now knight h4 and we get all the squares in the game. He castles. I went b3. I was not sure about this decision, but I really didn't want to short castle. I just wanted to get my pieces in the game, and if I went knight e3 I was checking some line like c4, and it was kind of annoying for me, so I just wanted to, you know, stop it a little bit more, like overprotect c4 maybe.
Okay.
Knight b6, I mean, like the most logical move, yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows you're better. He knows that he's worse. You know that you're better, but still, you need to play some precise moves to win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I thought I'd just go for some attacks, so I went knight e3. Yeah, okay, knight c8 is best, but I think he did what he pretty much had to do. Like, he has to complicate the game at this point, so... Okay, he pushed c4, dc4, bishop c5. Okay, at least black's pieces are in the game, but it's kind of late for him now. Because I can go knight ef5, and the plan is always rook h3, rook g3, and black is really having troubles in this king side. He went king h7. I mean, he has other ways, but I guess maybe they even transposed. I went rook h3 to go rook g3. He goes rook fd8, rook g3, bishop f8. Okay, I went queen g4. I mean, I didn't really see what to do with white here, but like everything looks like, every piece looks like they're in great position.
We came at this moment, or after queen f7. He played queen f7?
Yeah.
Yeah, we came at this particular moment, and you were thinking, will you play queen g6, will you play knight g6, what will you play?
Yeah, queen g6 would never be my type here. I cannot give that queen when I'm attacked.
Maybe your coach would play queen g6.
Yeah, maybe his
and
type
then
would
squeeze
be that.
easily. Yeah.
That's his style.
Yeah. So.
Okay, I went rook d1. I also don't like to trade pieces so much, but this rook on d8 is a little annoying, and once he takes it, now he cannot get rook d8 in the game, so it looked kind of logical. He went rook e8. Okay, I went back queen g4. I thought queen was doing good there. He went rook d8. I mean, yeah, as I said, I don't like to play queen g6 so much. I went knight g6 just, I thought knight looks great there, and also there are many tactics in the air, so knight g6, he went rook d7. Yeah, here there are many tactics, as I said, starting with bishop takes e5. I guess you take, I mean that looks like the only option. I take on f8, he has to take. I go queen g6, he has to go to h8. We take on queen e6. And here I was thinking, like, if he goes queen h3, okay, of course it's winning, but I just didn't want to give him this option to check a lot and complicate the position. So instead I went for bishop d2. I thought bishop wasn't doing much on this diagonal, so let's just put it to somewhere where it can make some chaos or create some sacrifice on h6. He went knight c8. Yeah, now I guess he missed out on knight h6, but here there's already not much to do. Maybe last hope could be bishop c5, and it's kind of, back is a little holding, but should be quite lost. I mean, I guess I can go bishop e3, and he gets to trade a piece. Yeah, I mean, it is lost, but he can survive maybe a little more.
Yeah, you need to work a bit, but it's obvious the outcome.
Okay, knight c8, yeah, knight h6 is some cute tactic here. Okay, he has to take bishop g4, because if he takes gh6, I can take queen e6 or knight f8, it doesn't matter so much. So he took bishop g4, I take knight f7, he has to take f7 because f8 is hanging with f4. I take rook g4. Okay, he went knight b6 because if he just moves, let's say knight e7, I always have these bishop b4s, or same case in knight d6. So he had to go here, then I went rook g3 to get the rook in the game. And knight d7, rook d3, yeah, I guess he resigned because of knight c5, rook d8. Black is just completely losing here.
Very good game. Okay, in the opening he got into the problem. We were checking, we were doing our homework. You played against him, but only Blitz, some online Blitz.
Yeah, we played many games.
But
Blitz.
you haven't played him before in classical. In classical.
I actually did. I think 6 years ago in 2019 when we were 11.
Just one question. So since you're here, maybe you can just comment briefly what happened in your game. So this one, just briefly, you can say.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe it's just critical point. What do you think from those games? Just 2-3 minutes that you touch maybe some critical moments, or
okay,
if it was
till here it was all fine for both sides. I think. Okay, black has little edge, but I thought it was objectively equal. Okay, bishop c4, bishop d3 was already slightly wrong from him, I felt like, because now that allows me to, go in rook e3 and threaten some things. Knight c6 was logical, when knight e5. Yeah, this endgame I thought, should be a draw, but serious chance he can mess this up, which
and when
is
was
not
it?
easy.
When was it?
Yeah, the point is here, king d4 is lost, yeah. He has to go apparently king d2, and if I go king d6, king c2. The point is knight is trapped, and I have to threaten it, I guess. There's an option like king e6, but this is complete mess, yeah? You give the knight, grab a few pawns.
Yeah. Okay, and the other ones, for example?
Yeah, if I go king c6, he goes king b2, king b6, he goes knight b8, knight b4. Okay, I'm not sure what he should do here, but maybe king c3, knight c6, knight d7, and then he goes knight f6 and holds.
Crazy. And the other games, for example, versus Godena?
Yeah, the other games were not as smooth as these. Okay, this game mistakes really happened. There were so many mistakes I can't even count, but
that happens.
Okay, but when you're playing super sharp lines, of course.
Yeah, I played Scotch and I already got some serious advantages, like +3, yeah? And okay, magically I managed to get worse position from this position. I played knight b3, bishop b6, like it is +3, but I just really didn't see how to do things, and I just went back knight d2. Bishop c5, knight f3 is of course wrong, yeah? Because knight doesn't belong there simply, and he can just grab the pawn, I mean. Okay, there is compensation, obviously. I'm getting bishop d3, rook e1, but like still he probably should have grabbed the pawn. He went queen e6. Yeah, I went knight d4, but I was really pushing my luck here. I mean, at this point he really had to grab an e4 because, yeah, my knight on d4 is worse than knight on f3, and there's not much happening here.
Yeah, but in Scotch you are in that mode that you sacrifice the c4 pawn many times, so...
Yeah, okay, I already sacrificed like 3 pawns in these previous moves, so...
Yeah.
And yeah, after you went queen f6, I was sure like this should be quite winning. I didn't go knight b3, but I just wanted to put bishop e3, f4 and attack as usual. So everything was going quite fine, I would say, till some moment. My opponent was also in time trouble, which helped a lot.
Yeah, your coach Dragan knows him quite well, that it's not like something surprising that Michele is in time trouble. Yeah, he likes to burn some time. But
Well,
he is
did
very
very
tricky
well.
because even long time he puts tough
Yeah,
resistance.
he was low in time, but you
Yeah.
know, he was actually struggling quite well. Like he managed to find d5 here, which is like the only move that can hold the game. And yeah, after f5, black is actually better here if he just goes queen f6. I wanted to just sacrifice everything here, e5, queen e5, I thought f6. But yeah, okay, of course Engine just ridiculous line with knight c8. Okay, you can even take gf6, and I thought like he has 3 minutes on the clock, so okay, at worst case I can try to trick him, but yeah, I was also not sure about the evaluation. But after queen h7, yeah, that queen was quite out the game, and the rest was quite
And just one last
straightforward.
question regarding game you lost. Which one was that?
Yeah, round 2.
Round 2, yeah. So it looked like a normal game that you were thinking around here somewhere or a little bit later, and then you didn't want to take on f3.
Yeah, that was such a bad decision. I mean, I could have. I was thinking to take on f3 and then play king e7, but I thought why not play king e7 just to have that option in my mind, but I completely forgot you'd go queen e2, and right after he played I realized it was really bad. And yeah, my opponent easily saw that and played the rest quite flawlessly.
Okay, Edis, good luck. You're playing these days a lot of events, Tata Steel and many others, Prague Festival, right?
Well deserved.
Yeah, so you will lose some points, but I believe that you will cross 2700.
Well, very soon. We're waiting for that.
Yeah, so good luck to you and to your coach, Grandmaster Dragan Šolak, and yeah.
Thank you for being here with us.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
guys, let's go back to the playing hall. Let's check what do we have there left. So let's see.
Maybe another guest. Maybe?
Yeah, why not? If
Why
we
not?
have. Oh, come.
Hello there. How are you?
Good.
Good.
A bit like lucky. but-
Yeah?
No, okay,
It's
so
good to feel lucky.
let's get our dear Henry Tudor. Complicated game, you were low on time, but very interesting one. Give me a second to prepare it. I know that. So, how was the game? That it was tough. It was drawn in the end. Your coach Ivan Sokolov will be happy.
Or not? Yes.
Okay, good. I will also send him some greetings and said that you are doing a good job. Henry is doing well. Okay, so Henry, how is your tournament going in general? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I mean, I made some draws against high-rated opponents. Well, I could have won first round, second round against the 2500, but yeah, it was just some crazy time trouble.
It was versus Alvaro Alonso?
Yes.
Right. Okay, yeah, he likes to go into time trouble, but he's very skillful. Then you lost against Moroni.
Yeah, I could have set up a fortress maybe almost at some point, but yeah, there was some crazy move that maybe made the draw. But then he managed to like break the fortress.
And draw versus Isik Jan, which was not bad, and now you're here with the draw versus Heberla. Let's see the game. You can show us, you can touch screen, use touch screen.
Yeah, e4, c5, knight 3, d6. To be honest, I wasn't expecting him to play e4. Should be g3, knight g4, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, bishop g7, queen d2, knight c6. I mean, main line is, I'm not sure, bishop e2 or h3, but yeah, I didn't expect queen d2, knight c6, knight b3, b5, h4, gh, rook h4, knight e5, castles. And here, yeah, I didn't actually really know that well, this position, but actually, yeah, he told me after the game that, yeah, there was some crazy line, I think it was, yeah, rook b8, knight d4, and here, yeah, take, rook g8, bishop e5, queen a7, rook g4.
Really?
Yeah, and it's zeros, but...
Cool stuff.
Very, okay, rook h5, probably the line goes on, but who knows, yeah, rook h5, queen b6 and so on. Okay, so what...
But I thought maybe I'm smart here, that I get knight c4 and before he gets knight d4. But yeah.
You were surprised by this queen d5 or not? Queen d5, this concept he just made, queen d5, and he took on c4, this idea.
Yeah, I actually didn't, yeah, I sort of missed this bishop b5.
Yeah, but it's so complicated to calculate, because it's not just bishop b5, he needs to move on, because every move you're threatening him something.
Yes, so, yeah, queen d5. No, on queen c7, yeah, there's this nice move, I think there's...
But Henry, I was mentioning here, we were covering, I was mentioning maybe now bishop e6. Were you considering, is this an option or not?
Yeah, I thought bishop e6, maybe...
Will he go f4 or not? Will he jump to d5 first? I was thinking that, and then that you jump to c4 if he jumps to d5 to stop this queen d5. I was not sure is that a move. So I was suggesting this in broadcast. It's not first choice of engine, of course, but it looks to me like that it fits maybe to the position. I was not sure. Yeah. Is this a move or not?
I considered it, but I think I didn't like also knight. Computer is not saying, but knight d4. I was thinking. But same thing, but it's just a better version of taking.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if he goes f4, I don't know, I will be very curious to see what will he do. If he goes f4, then knight c4, maybe it's a better version, you can maybe take with b. And if he goes knight d5, then you jump to c4. And I was not sure, maybe it's a sort of mess.
Knight c5.
Yeah, but I don't know. And suddenly after knight c5, of course, for engine, now I see some h5, he was, come on. But c3, for example, this is typical way of Sicilian mess, so I think that your coach would have played this kind of stuff. Yeah, even. So I was thinking maybe bishop e6, but I understand that knight c4 was also.
Queen d5. Yeah, here on queen c7, bishop c4, bishop e6, queen h5 is strong. And then knight c5.
Yeah, bishop is x-raying the queen. Okay.
Because if he takes knight b5, there is a forced draw. Take, or... queen c5. I thought queen a4 before queen a. Yeah, queen c5 actually.
But I don't believe that this queen c5 is a move.
Yeah.
Queen b... Yeah, but
yeah, I don't believe. Queen b7 and then... Okay, I'm not sure that this is a move. This is Sicilian mess.
Yeah.
He can play it, but I don't. It will be a piece versus 3 pawns maybe, but with complicated position. I'm not sure that this is okay. So queen b6
and he played bishop c4. Yeah, I didn't expect really. I mean, bishop b5. I didn't take it seriously because I thought maybe I have something, but.
But it's how long he was thinking to play this bishop, because either he's familiar but this looks super complicated to me.
Well, he was making some faces that he maybe is worse or lost, I don't know. Yeah, so he's trying to induce me to think that I'm better or something, but then he played bishop b5 and then, yeah, he was...
Oh, you read psychological
moves. He's already experienced, bravo Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, okay,
This is nice.
Yeah, so bishop b5, you took...
Bishop, takes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if a b5, it doesn't look, I mean, take.
And then rook a2.
but I didn't think it's much here. Knight 7, king d7, knight e6. Yeah, bishop b2, but wow. Yeah.
You wanted to go king e6?
Yeah, king e6.
c3.
It's not. It doesn't look like there is something. And Stockfish, yeah, agrees.
Yeah, I agree as well. Okay, so.
Yeah, so instead, yeah, bishop d5, knight d5, queen b7, knight a5, and here, yeah, I thought, okay, after bishop b2, maybe I might get equality, but I missed his move after king b1. Here, queen b5, knight c7, king f8, knight b5, knight a5. I didn't, yeah, I missed knight d6. I mean, I thought he might like play king b2 and then it's equal. But I thought here I must have some rook b8 or bishop f6.
Yeah, but bishop f6.
Rook h. Yeah,
rook h5 was strong. Yeah, that to see this in advance, but yeah, maybe he was a bit lucky as well that this works.
Yeah, because rook b8, knight f5, e5. I think c3. Yeah, c3 is just it's almost lost. Yeah. So yeah, I tried to complicate with bishop f6, rook h5, knight c6. And here he played maybe knight c4 was a bit strange, because then he allowed me to get, I mean, he played two strange moves in a row, knight c4 and rook d3. Maybe knight f5. Okay. Yeah, but knight c4 is probably not spoiling anything.
But hang on, so you're worse after, so you couldn't improve anyway from this position, right? After knight on d6, that's it. This is the position you must play, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is better for white. Yeah, knight f5, and then it looks really.
Yeah, rook g8 I thought, but this shouldn't work. I mean, there's some tactics after rook h6, rook g3, but.
Yeah, but he won't play. He will play something like, I don't know, maybe even rook d7 or something.
Rook g3 is still a threat, but I mean, it's not. It's just worse.
Maybe rook d7 if he goes after rook g8. Okay.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Maybe you can go something to knight e5 or I don't know. Okay, so what happened?
Knight e4, and here, well, yeah, rook g8. It's just I'm desperate now to create something because I don't really. Yeah, I'm just stuck really, because I can't play king g7 because rook c5, and it feels bad. Yeah, because e5, king g6. Yeah, rook g8, and here rook d3 is probably. Now it's unclear after rook g4. But I'm not sure. He could go for rook h6 and then rook g3.
Rook f6.
Rook f6, yes. And then yeah, I have check. Yeah, I have to give check or. Yeah, this. But what's the difference? Knight b4. Yeah, first. Yeah, I wasn't sure if this is.
Okay, you're still worse, but you can hold this one. So pawn takes, I can play pawn takes h3, you take king d2, you take on f6 and knight e3, let's say. And you can hold that one. Knight goes to d5. It's a root game, but then I'll play c4. I'm not sure.
Then knight d5.
Yeah, and c4 and very tough.
Yeah.
Very tough. Possible, but tough. So he went rook d3.
And yeah, now rook g4. I think I'm equalizing. I think. Maybe he should try. Yeah, because now knight b6, rook e4. Maybe should have went to knight b6 instead of rook
Yeah, just to show that knight b6 doesn't work because rook e4 and checkmate.
Yeah.
So he played
knight d2.
Knight d2. Yep.
Now I have knight b4, and here already, yeah, I should be equal because on rook d7 I have rook c8. And I'm not sure if white's the one playing for a win. So rook b3, but now rook d8. And he has to go for rook b4, rook d2, and he played king c1. Yeah, rook e2, king d1, takes, take. Yeah, there's this nice idea. Well, of course he's not going to fall for it, but on rook a5, bishop c3.
Bishop c3 checkmate.
Yeah.
But you were a long time, but
Yes.
no panic, right?
Yeah, I was sort of annoyed because I think I played pretty badly from the opening. But then I managed to sort of come back.
That is why you said you had
You even stood up. You were like 1 minute on the clock, but you stood up.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't, it's hard to
Sit all the time. Yeah. And you like to stroll around. We noticed that you are checking other games. Do you have any favorite player you want to check, or you have some list? Let's see how Ivan Čuk is playing, let's see how Ponomaria is playing, or no? Or you just...
Well, it's kind of random, to be honest. I just look at what comes first or something like that.
Okay. So how it went? So
yeah, takes. So now I have rook a4, and this is the point. Rook a6, rook a4. He played rook h5, yes. Rook a2.
You are not worse at all, right? Anyway.
Yes.
You can be.
To be honest, yeah, I think
Maybe you can even be better, but...
He played king d2, yeah. Rook a4. I could have forced a draw somewhere. Now rook c5, check. King e3. I think somewhere I could have forced a draw, but I don't remember. Here, rook a5, rook c8, I think.
And checks, okay.
No, but this happened again, okay. Here maybe rook d8, I think.
Yes.
But I didn't want to allow something like this where, it's not even drawn, so there's no need. I mean, maybe it's a draw, but it's maybe difficult. So king d2, rook c6, yeah, and bishop e5. But here it's probably an easy draw. Bishop e5, rook e5, king e8. Because I don't like e6, because then I don't have rook f6 or rook g6, even though, it's still a draw. So king e8, he played rook d5. And here, rook g6, I think, this is maybe the simplest, because e6, okay, I have to go for the same thing.
Yeah, but
it's anyway.
Yeah. So what happened? Some more moves?
Yeah, and it's just, we repeated moves here, I think. King e3, e6, king e3, rook f6. He can't go for f4 because here he's already slightly worse. Rook g5 would be a disaster. Take.
Yeah.
And I have two pass pawns.
Yes, distant passer.
Yes, and a5 is probably easiest because now he can't stop both pawns.
Any comment from his side after the game?
Well, he didn't feel like he was that upset, but it was clear that it didn't go his way.
Okay, but it was very interesting game. I think you can learn also from those games how to create the initiative, how not to be maybe impatient in the openings and so on. But in general, you are doing very well. What's your ambitions till the end of the tournament?
Well, just to play my best chess.
That's nice. And mature?
Of course. Plans after this tournament? Do you have already something scheduled?
Not yet, but maybe I might go to the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Okay, good.
Very nice.
Yeah, you're always more than welcome. If you wins, even if there is something, if there is something interesting, you can always stop by and...
Can I ask him a question?
Sure, yeah.
How was your free day yesterday?
Well, since, I live like 5 minutes from here, so...
Really?
So I was just like relaxing at home. I didn't really visit anything.
Nice, you're resting and focusing on the game today and preparing.
You're local here, okay.
Very nice.
Okay, thanks, Lena. Anything you
Thank you so much. I asked. Thank you so much.
And see you.
Hope to see you soon.
Good luck in the next rounds.
Good luck.
Yeah, so we got few interesting insights.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a moment that we go back to the playing hall. First maybe to check with our beauty view. So there are not many games. Let's just briefly check.
Jobava won.
Jobava won the game. So he is now the guy. So let's see how it happened briefly. Yeah, guys, we are trying to provide you this experience that you will see some insights, some interesting players. Who knows, Lena? Maybe in a few years, Edis plus Henry, they will be like on very top. So I think it's very interesting to follow their careers closely. Then someone can say, but we were not following some games. It's not easy to combine everything, but we are doing our best. Yeah. So here everything looks like a draw. We left around here. Yep. Was it here? Yeah. And then how on earth he managed?
A blunder happened. E6 happened.
E6 was played. So he forgot that you cannot play king d1. This is a win. Okay, so the rook is dropping. He gave check and then king d1, but he forgot that f is the first, and then this was desperation. And you cannot take because of the promotion. Painful blunder from Robert, and Jobava is now catching. Okay, leader, Blue Bomb as well as Aryan Tari. Yep. Where else to go? Šarić. Okay, Svane is pushing. We can
turn
go
over.
Yeah, we can go with the camera to that board. It's board number 8. No, Svane just won. I don't know if we can see him, but he just won. And we have Šarić pushing, and some Cheparinov has managed to win the game. Recall what I said, 2 bishops.
Wait. What happened in this game?
Jaime Santos is playing.
I have something to brag about. Just give me a second. Yeah. Draw. Dmitry Kolar's
Really?
Miruna Daria draw.
Yes, how is she doing in the poll?
Let's see. 263 votes, and she is at 3rd place after the someone else section, just to mention. So she will be the second one.
Okay, so there are some games still left, but we have something to show you. How was the free day?
Free day was awesome. So take a look how we spend our free day.
Yeah, we prepared
It'll be
nice
super fun.
video. You will see familiar faces.
Mă numesc Apostol Ioan.
Cum ți s-a părut experiența la Academia Haji?
Mi s-a părut foarte interesant pentru că totuși am reușit să ajung și pe stadionul oficial. Am văzut și cum se antrenau jucătorii alături de Gheorghe Haji, acolo în centru îi antrena și chiar mi s-a părut interesant că am venit până aici și chiar am reușit să-mi cumpăr și un tricou pe care o să-l semneze domnul Gheorghe Haji.
Te ajută vizita asta să te relaxezi pentru campionatul european?
Da, cred că este chiar foarte, foarte bine, relaxant, că ne deconectăm de la șah, cumva doar șah zi de zi și acum am reușit să ajungem să ne recreăm un pic aici, în Academia lui Gheorghe Haji.
We We are here with Ruslan Ponomariov, the ex-world champion. How was your experience in Haji Academy?
It was short, but it was nice to see something.
Did you know Haji before, a long time ago?
Well, I was born in 1983. This is the time, I think, like I was very small kid. I didn't really watch it like TV, but yeah, I still remember.
What is your favorite team, Real Madrid or Barcelona?
Athletic Bilbao.
Forța Faru!
Haji!
So cool, and we are trying to do our best
To show you how it looks. Woo! This is amazing.
I bought this t-shirt.
I'm proud of this t-shirt.
It's signed by Haji.
It's very cool.
And your?
And where did you get this? At
the Academia.
Haji Football Academy.
Yes. So he was a truly great player. He likes to come to chess events. I already said that 2 years ago during Romanian Chess Federation Gala, he was there, so I met him. He got an award. Look, actually, he was awarding players, a lot of media attention. And yeah, I believe that we can promote chess together with some other sports, and it was mentioned by Romanian chess President Vlad Ardeleanu that yeah, that chess can fit with together, get along together with some other sports.
Which is really nice idea.
Top athletes play chess, as I mentioned before. Croatian athletes and famous sportsmen are my friends, and yeah, so it's cool to promote
and
chess.
Chess players always play
and
football
you can
at some
tell us
cool events.
How do you like how this outfit fits, Lena? Do you like more formal output?
I think this is so cozy for me and casual, so if audience let me have this for the rest of the streaming, I will say yes. By the way, I love soccer, I love football, so I'm a huge fan of Haji, so I'm super comfy and super happy in his t-shirt.
Super bad.
In jersey.
Yeah.
Super bad as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Any comments? Any remarks?
Only that we're the best.
I can just add a bit how this tour was.
They're happy for Jobava's win, so he has a lot of fans in chat. Someone says that he was lost earlier. Anyway, it was a tough game. We cannot say much. Great game from Edis. Can you ask Edis Gurel what is his plans? I promised them that we will ask him later. We focus now on the chess part, and he showed us a lot of pretty games from his tournament. And then we have another Georgian fan who are cheering for Levan and Giga, but Levan is just like a legend. Fan and Giga like the tournament won. And yes, the rest is just some moves we passed, and someone says Svane is winning. Yeah, these are the comments, so thank you so much, guys. Tell us, how do you like our new outfit? Is there like more? Now we are like in the Champion League, like the real one. Do we have any game
yes.
tonight so we can comment?
Today's are world qualifiers. For example,
cool. Who is playing?
I know that Montenegro is playing, and as I mentioned, Robert Prosinecki, I sent him photo together with Haji, and yesterday from the academy. Today, Robbie, he was a big star of Red Star in 90.
He played for Red Star for Serbia.
They won European Champions League. Then he played for Real Madrid, Barcelona, same as Haji. Coaching some national teams, and today he's coaching Montenegro, and they are playing, if I'm not mistaken, versus Luxembourg or something. Maybe the game is already started.
I can check even that for you.
Yeah, that would be awesome. So greetings to Robbie. He was a fabulous player. Sometimes he was also playing for Portsmouth.
1-1.
Yeah.
Montenegro, Gibraltar.
He was playing for Portsmouth, and Peter Crouch said that was a really, really fabulous player. He was asked about Peter Crouch, who was playing, I think for Liverpool and some other clubs, who was like
the tall player, the skinny tall player?
who was playing with the top players, said, who was the best player you ever played? He said, I think Robert Prosinecki.
Wow.
He would smoke like 2 Marlboro.
Who?
Robbie. And he would come to the
During his
career, yeah, I think even in halftime, they allowed him even in halftime to
That's
do
not
that.
possible.
No, come on, Robbie was a real legend.
Star.
Yeah, and he played 1 year only for Portsmouth, and in all those, like when they have some awarding of best foreign or best players in history, he always get on top, but he played only 1 season. Like best player played in history of Portsmouth, and Robert Prosinecki is on top. So 1 year was enough for him.
Enough for him to make the
guy
history.
Was really.
Can't believe.
And later he played for Dinamo Zagreb as well. For
another legend.
Really, true one. So greetings to Robbie. He also visits my VIP chess tournament and so on. But in the meantime, we have an issue that Šarić has made a draw, hang on, from this position.
What?
If you would ask me, let's get the board back. If you would ask me, which are the chances that Ivan Šarić misplays this kind of position, I will need to say 0, yeah. Yeah, because Ivan is always winning those positions. In this tournament, especially, he had also a winning position versus, hang on, he was also, versus Jobava. That's something he also usually doesn't misplay. So here, what happened? So f4, these are the moves, sometimes you need to be active. So he played this f4, and Ivan completely, so queen c4 wins the spot. He blundered knight c2. So why knight c2 is bad immediately? Yes, it's obvious because of the checkmate.
Ouch.
So he forgot that after f4, bishop f, probably he was forgetting that this knight can move, and suddenly he forgot that bishop e5, same with, so he was thinking for 10 minutes, he was probably devastated, and then went for this. And it what happens usually when your opponent, you blunder something, then you don't have something to move on with the game, so it's equal. No, this I think it's a heavy blow to Ivan, really, that he will make a draw in this position. This
after a free day, so we cannot say that he was like tired or something. It just happened in chess.
So let's check what do we have.
3 more games left. Jaime Santos.
Let's check. You mentioned callers that made.
Oh
the
yes,
draw.
there was an interesting endgame 3 against 2 pawns in rook endgame. 80. Let me remind you. 84.
Yeah, I just want to add that big thanks for General Secretary of the Romanian Chess Federation, Gabriel Grecescu. He arranged that I bought few t-shirts, few jerseys for my son and daughter and friends. So he arranged that we have this signature of,
which will stay forever with us.
Of Haji. So Gabi, thanks for that. Next stop, Messi, maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, move on. Keep up with the good work. So what happened here? So that Kolarsk, he's craving a really bad tournament. I think he dropped so much rating point.
Let me check.
So he was like
it's painful, but let's check.
Plus 3.5. The 2650 player would make a draw against
minus 15 without this game.
Yeah, so he was like plus 4, plus 5.
Completely winning.
Yep, and he misplayed it.
Missed that.
Probably he started to relax too early, and slowly by slowly he managed to make a draw. I think now this was a really heavy blow. Okay, so let's check our active games, but in the meantime, just to confirm that we have in standings, we have 3 players with 6 points and then a huge group with 5.5.
Yeah, now it's messy. We don't have solo leader anymore, so it's completely mess, and I think that by the end of the tournament, additional criteria will make a decisive thing.
Yeah, so we have cameras, so let's check what is this game of. Oh!
What? What just happened?
So it was winning for white. Once again, Jaime Santos is having crazy game. So, okay, so it was drawn. So this queen d5 to place the queen on d5. He
and
was
then
winning.
crazy queen thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and then he forgot that this is a stalemate. So he forgot that he needs to move the queen. Oh, I love it.
It's nice.
Yeah, so very good draw from black side in the end, and Gergely counter, of course, devastating once again draw for Santos.
And of course, last two games at Sandra's section.
Here white is pushing, and here Dragnev. Let's check how Deak, since he.
What he did?
I think he just made a draw. So what happened here? We left around here. Hang on. He was winning. And he made a draw. No, white was winning, sorry.
White was winning.
White was
and
winning.
now, for the first time, Bogdan has luck.
So he was lost. Yeah, let me just check the openings. Okay, it was normal. Okay, normal. He stayed playing some tough games, and when it's not technical, he went into problems. But he was lucky in the end. So let's find the system. So here after, so check, king goes to g8, king goes to f. If you give check, king starts to climb, and the point is probably to exchange the queens. Maybe? No? Yeah, probably. These just queens. Yeah, and slowly this f pawn or some breakthrough will happen, f4, f5.
Eventually.
I don't know, let's say. And this even wins, but let's say if f5 maybe, okay, this also wins. Yeah, this is very instructive. You need to know that now you have these mine squares. So, okay, it's possible to do it. And that's it. Okay, so we mentioned that we have only few games left.
Two.
Let's see
in Sandra's section.
And how this one is.
This is funny.
Okay.
Let me know when is the time
Maybe
to reveal
we should
my
go
poll.
first to this Valentin Dragnev. Which board is that? We should
Can I do that?
Yeah, please just check which board is Dragnev.
Sure.
Playing against Hagan Ahmad.
Trying how fast I am?
Yep.
40.
Yeah, let's go to board number 40, and then you will reveal.
Ta-ta-ta-ta, it's about time. So who will be the best ranked female player in the event? We had Miruna Daria Lehaci, we had Nargul Salimova, we have Sofia Pogorelska, and someone else. So who won? Nargul Salimova definitely with 56%, even though she lost today. Second place is someone else. Guys, write us in comment who do you think we will win in the female section. Then the third position is Miruna Daria Lehaci, and the fourth Sofia Pogorelski. So that's the answer, and that's our poll. Tomorrow we will have a new poll. Stay active. We want like these 300 votes, perfect, and stay active in chess. Thank you for all of that. And yeah, we can say goodbye for 2 more games to see how it ends, and literally slowly goes to the end of this round.
Yeah, write us in chat. Maybe do you have something preferred, some questions you would love to vote for? So we are
that
also,
would be cool as well.
Yeah, we are also looking forward to your suggestions. So
wish comes true.
Yeah. So here what's going on?
Oh, this is Lydia Samadovrit, I think, yeah. No, Kagan Ahmad.
Yeah.
They look similar to me, that's why I just
Okay,
replace. Yeah.
You will get used to them. So it's just
I'm getting used to them.
Number of events. I
Number
believe that before.
You
let's
remember when I told you I can recognize 20 players in the call?
say,
Now actually I can do 10.
Yeah, that was a funny story. So for example, how was it? So we were having like a beauty view, beauty camera
really,
broad
it was
angle.
bird
And then it was like we started. I don't know how many you could notice. No problem.
20.
I could notice 20, and then we started.
And I was like,
there is Nisipiano, okay, and then
where?
and then we were like struggling.
No one.
Lena was struggling to catch the second one.
But I'm improving.
Yeah, but now I believe that it would be very.
That the camera was walking and I recognized like 80%
I was
of
impressed.
them.
Yeah, now this round you really
wait for it.
Yeah.
I will be better and better. But yeah, that was funny.
Yep. Yeah, so as I mentioned, the point of I'm involved in this ECU broadcast is you could already notice more frequently. I'm here, I'm around. Lena, Sandra, Dragana, Almira.
We are switching.
We have many co-commentators. We are trying.
Don't vote who is the best.
Yeah, we are trying.
All of us are trying really.
Yeah, we are trying to provide you this design improvement, cameras. Our ECU General Secretary and Todoros Sorbatsoglu and Stefana Miladinovic, ECU Press Officer. We are brainstorming a lot, trying to provide you this experience, and I think it's so nice when you have players coming to show the games.
I think that's the best part.
Yeah, but I just want to say what's behind that. They are not like finishing the game and then they are walking through our studio and someone says, okay, you sit. So it's a lot of effort. I know that we would like to have Jufa, Bluebaum, and we are trying. I'm sending messages even during broadcast because I know it's quite important. We will improve in future. Hopefully more people will be involved. And at the moment, as I said, there are no contract obligations.
So we politely ask. Somebody asked why Arbiter doesn't just take everybody, because there will be queue in front and we don't want to bother them and disturb and ask and then say you cannot go. So we need to balance things, and I think we are doing that.
Yeah, Mamejaro is, for example, here with the Dogmus, but he wants to concentrate on his job. I don't want to bother him. Maybe we could get him, I would ask, maybe at least 10-15 minutes so that you get this a little bit like comment remarks from his side. So it's not idea to bother the players. I respect them a lot. I played with many of them. I know how hard it is to play. I know how hard it is to lose, even to win. How big effort, for example, these things which were shown by Henry. Yeah, it looks simple because basically you're just putting all your effort, today's effort, in 5-10 minutes. But you needed to figure it out, consuming a lot of time. So yeah, we know that some more people would be welcomed. The thing is, that's why we are here, that's why we are trying, because someone can say why you are not commentating games from your home. Online, of course, we could do it, but then you don't have this user experience with players. We can ask them live.
In-person guests.
Yeah, so this is our asset we are trying to build and offer you. Always, yeah, it also depends on the numbers, so that's why we encourage you that you spread a word about this event, and
exactly. Give us your best feedback, subscribe, give us idea and stuff like that. We appreciate that very much.
Yep. So more numbers we get, more subscribers, more viewers,
more help we are.
Yeah.
Happy.
Yes, and we could maybe try to urge to invest something.
To be better and better.
Yep. Okay, so we have in this game its opponent. Its opponent game. So maybe we can have a full screen.
think probably you know now is this theoretical draw. You just need to calculate a bit, but I think it's a draw. Let's think for a second.
Yeah, okay, he's thinking. But it's a bit...
Yes, but he's so cute and relaxed. I was an
Okay.
arbiter, took him a lot of time. He just pretty sure. Now, of course,
He's
he has
winning.
3 pawns. Yeah.
He's winning now. The idea, if I got it right...
Look at him calculating. That's so cute. Okay, he played. It's important to get into the opposition here.
Yep, now he pushes e5 and he will have f6 in the end. He takes f6.
"32 seconds on the clock." Nice, he played on 1 second almost.
So, yeah, he will win now. I think he catch the concept. So he wants to catch the, yeah, now he will go f6. Hang on, is he winning? Ah, yeah.
It seems
yeah,
like
king goes to f8 and
amazing.
yeah, the f6 I will show the nuances, but let's stay here for a second. Very nice.
Very
endgame.
nice game.
Yeah, I think that it's always nice to win with this kind of blow. What do you think?
Very nice endgame.
Yeah.
Nice, nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Kakan Ahmad.
Yeah.
Very good game.
Okay, so yeah, Sandra is here collecting the score sheets. We
Greetings to
can
her as
maybe
well.
analyze it a bit. Yep. So we will get the board back. I will show you what was the...
Yeah, here completely winning.
Yeah, just to show the idea.
The last 2 games in Sandra
And
sections.
yeah, so the point was that, so he exchanged the rooks. This king f4 was a nice touch. King e7, king d6, king d4. Same system. So he went king e8, being ready to wait a bit and then probably to come to d7. That was his concept, but it didn't change much. After takes, king e7, there is f6 trick. No, f6,
Nice.
king f8. No need for that. He can.
For what you played?
Yeah, because after king f6, the point is if you take, you're losing. Because I now take and here, and if you go to e8, I go to e6, threatening g7, and only now I take, and this is
And
the
same position.
system. But if you go to I need to go to d5, and this is known trick, and then I'm getting into that position. So the way how the game went was king e8, king e6, king d7, very nice, and he will force this move. This is a checkmate, and if you take king f8 or king f7. Very nice field by Hagan, and we can go to our last board, Gergely Kantor versus Benny.
Eisenberg.
He's standing, as I can see.
He
Yes.
realized we
His
can go full
opponent.
screen and a little bit zoom it out. Maybe we can also go a little bit, not so close, a little bit far. You will grasp the atmosphere in the playing hall as well. And I think we are about to conclude our day. Because this game is the last to happen.
We had pretty active audience.
Yeah, thanks for that.
I'm always thankful for that. Thank you so much. Even now you're with us the whole day. It's not just 30 seconds or some shorts live, or it's a 6-hour streaming. So thank you guys for being patient and for being active, for being with us. We really appreciate that. Yes, we had a really nice free day. We are ready to continue. Today was the 7th round. We are waiting for the 8th one tomorrow. It's going to be exciting, and we hope to see you all soon again with us.
Yeah, we have also, I would say, a huge announcement that tomorrow my new co-commentator rotating from the playing hall to here will be Lena. Yeah, that's a new info. So we adjusted because we don't want that you guys know in advance. Who is next. So we are
So we wanted to mix it a little bit.
Yes. You expected Sandra, but Sandra will come back a little bit later.
She will be here with you. So don't be disappointed. We will have a lot of fun tomorrow with a lot of interesting games, and Sandra is around the corner. She will be there soon for you. We will not gonna reveal the date.
Yeah.
Cool.
So final results of our poll. So regarding votes, almost 300 votes, and Nurgul Salimova has
with 55%, exactly.
5%, but she's not doing great at the moment.
Nope. No, she's not. But anyway, 4 more rounds. We have
someone
a lot
else.
of things to do.
It would be also interesting that to write who is that someone else you vote for.
I told them to write in comment now, today, tomorrow, whenever. Just write it down once we are live and we can analyze that together.
Yeah, we got this new outfit, but I prefer Lena's previous one. Somehow you look a little more classy. I don't know.
Let's go play tennis.
Yeah, afterwards.
Yeah, great.
Okay, let's get the board back just to check what is going on here.
2 pawns up.
Yes, and he's preparing. He's trying to set up a deblockading mechanism, and it's about to happen. Rook c7. So what this signature includes, something says?
You can see.
This is probably Haji.
And something else probably.
Something else, yes. I don't know if
I'm
our
super rich now.
Romanian friends could help us. What does this mean?
I'll ask.
Yeah.
I'll ask, and then we're gonna reveal tomorrow. Maybe something in Romanian, and then Haji's signature.
Yes.
Do you have one?
I have it on maybe on the back, no? On this one?
Yes, you do. So this is Haji's for sure, and then this is something he add on top. We will find out.
Yes.
And we will
special,
let you know.
maybe special.
Something
to Lena.
special.
Yeah.
You have the same for you on your back.
Yep. So final words, final moves here. Black is thinking. Maybe we can somehow place our camera that we see the clock as well, because now there are less than 3 minutes. So maybe it would be good that we have our chess clock zoomed. Knight c4 plate. And he wants to sacrifice rook c4. Let's go full screen, and he didn't take. Why? No, come on. This just finishes the game. You take, and b6, and that's it. Nothing to calculate. So I'm a bit surprised that Gergely didn't take it. So he played rook c6. Let's stay with this view.
Do you know who is the oldest world chess champion? I know if it's by
ever.
years. Yeah, if it's by years, I think the Lasker hold the title until age of 52.
Botvinnik as well, maybe he was already...
But he was a long time chess champion, Lasker, so by the age of 52. And then the other one, if he means who becomes a world champion with the... Steinitz was 49 when he was the first. And he ended pretty bad in his life, but nevertheless, he was the oldest one taking the title, but who held it, let's say, the longest. That was Lasker, because he ended up in 52 years old when he was still a champion. So that was interesting historical thing. Nice question. Bayram Zengin, thank you for the question.
Yeah, this is strange that he couldn't see rook c4, because of course he's a good player, strong player.
But he's
that would
tired.
just finished
Come on,
the
justify.
game. Now he needs to be precise for a little bit more. Last moments.
What a day we had today. Lots of Sharpie games, lots of sacrifices, lots of turnovers. Players are showing that they are really, maybe even now exhausting. This is really, really tough tournament.
And b7 played.
He will now try to convert.
What is the simplest way? Rook f6 maybe? King a8, also good enough, and that's it. No need for a board any longer.
Cool.
We can out-zoom a bit because we will have a handshake. So let's stay with the full screen, out-zoom a bit, remove the board. Yeah, let's out-zoom a bit, and that's it. for
Handshake
today.
is coming soon.
So, as we mentioned, 6 out of 7, 3 players, and then a big group with 5.5.
5.5.
Let's outzoom a bit if we can.
And let's bring camera to us a little bit.
Let's take here, Sandra is there, and there is a...
This is a handshake.
Yes.
We are a team, we are finishing together. Except that my game that ended up in 10 p.m. Great.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Let's conclude our today's day. Yeah, it's so interesting. It's so vivid, hectic at some points.
Dynamic games, lots of youngsters playing really good, so it was pretty good day.
Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow's round. Thanks for all of your support and see us tomorrow.
See you again. Thank you.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and when will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess.